happening. Turn this around proper. J-Post Katros, what ho, friends? Feel a little bad there, J-Post. Not hoodwinked you, but I unhosted and got distracted by something for a brief second. You would have been first at the door. Anyway, how are you both doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Coming in. Oh, I'm definitely regretting not making more of a cuppa now. College writing assignment. Fancy. I've been eyeballs deep in emails pretty much all morning. So I'd love to say I've been doing nothing but cool things all day. No, it's just been emails. I'm doing what? Oh, hello. Well, Katros, if you need to pop on out, if we are too distracting a second screen, I will be no means offended. Get to hang out with you loads anyway. Okay, it's not fancy. Alright. Super done with it. How are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Lecter Watto! Coming in. Mr. Squarepeg. Hello. Morning. Watto, friend. I managed to peel myself away from international radio stations. Martin Watto. Zadok Watto. Sorry, Zadok with... If you smash all the Sega Genesis games, or Sega Mega Drive if you're from... or Sega Mega Drive if you're from the UK, if you smash them all together, it probably wouldn't work. I didn't mean physically. Although, if you've got enough of Knuckles cartridges, it's not impossible. Hey! Favor 6, you feckin' ledge. Thank you for 16 months. Hey, Nora. It's always that weird thing of doing this, of your perspective of when people join. I'm like, oh yeah, Favor 6 is part of like the new crowd of people that is well over a year and change. Feckin' hell. Tal Watto! How goes it? Yeah, Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles and Knuckles. The fact that was acknowledged by Deus Ex Mankind Divided is another reason why I love that series. Ian Watto? It tells like feckin' nug traps what it is. I mean, how can you trap them if they just getting cuddles? It's fine. Oh, lordy. How are you all doing?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, look, a button.
A button? I love buttons! Graphite, how you doing? And thank you for 17 months as well. Like, just casually hanging out for a year and change. You know how it is. Okay, so, I just realized it's been like 3 days since I've seen you all, which is, God, it's like the longest stretch of time I've gone without hanging out with you lot in fucking years. The annoying thing, Saturday's thing didn't happen, and is actually happening on the 26th? No, I put it written down this time. It's happening on the 23rd. So, in a couple of weeks, sadly, you'll lose me for a Tuesday. In my defense, because I thought it was like I was having some kind of like meltdown, it turns out that initially it was meant to be on the Saturday and just didn't happen. So, having been very sleep deprived and dealing with face, I just slept. I know. Exciting. I'm sorry I can't tell you what it is, but it's going to be real cool to talk about it. Yeah, fucking hell, I'd love to say... Well, no, okay, this is what's killing me at the moment. There is a bunch of cool stuff going on. I just can't fucking talk about it. Even if it does involve getting up very early a bunch. We went to a cabin. That was nice. We went to the arsehole end of nowhere. Close to the sea. Drank an ornate amounts and did a final farewell to Gunnar. Who... Yeah... That poor little nugget has probably spent more time in the freezer than anywhere else. Sorry, for those of you who didn't know, when... I think it was just before lockdown started proper, we got 2 guinea pigs. Perun, who you hopefully have met, and Gunnar. And sadly, little Gunnar passed away just before PAX East last year. And so we had this idea that, like, because Fiona had to fly to PAX East before... Fiona had to fly to PAX East, so we wrapped little Gunnar up, popped him in the freezer, and we were going to do like a big farewell for him. You know, get everybody together, have a few drinks, give him a proper flaming send-off. And then the world changed, and the world stayed changed. So that intent of everybody coming together for that's just not a safe, sensible maneuver. So we had a teeny tiny gathering Sunday night. Okay, like just us. You know what I mean? Feck, we need more coffee. Anyway, yeah, same Gunner. We played. Why does it keep blocking it when Vanderbeest does it? Sorry. We played the Star Wars Darth Vader music. It was nice. It was nice. Drank far too much. Had a good little disconnect. Sorry, Stepgen, XD Johnny XP, Vanderbeest, Head of House Order. What? Oh, friends! It hasn't hit New March Plus yet. Personally, when it does, I'm going to be going for the dual Flaming Swords boss weapon. Although I am quite tempted by the Spell of Summon Coffee. But you've got to choose one or t'other. You got to choose one or t'other. Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Jet. And Stepgen, you have nothing to apologise for. That is what those nuggets are there for. Their job is to be there cute and adorable during the week.
And women with attitudes. So tell me, Jet, why do we have all 3 of them neatly gathered in our ship?
Oh, so how are you doing, you lovely mother hobbits? Sorry, I think I've asked you that like 3 times. Video gaming news is... Just starting the day and mix up the pint glass, huh? Johnny, thank you for 100 bits, yo. Fucking legend. Kandarian, what's hell, friends? Coming in.
What's cooking? Special bell peppers.
Oh, what was the... Okay, so, nothing overtly bombastic in gaming news. The aggressive acquisitions are kind of continuing across the board. Like, basically, most of the news coming out industry side is... Everybody made a crap load of money last year and seems to be spending it on acquisition of new studios, founding new studios. Yeah. It's pretty feckin' impressive. Kadros, cue the overly bombastic news. Oh god, sorry. I must apologise, friends. My brain completely went off into space there. So, what are some of the the fluffier ones? Hearthstone's gonna do like a Hearthstone classic kind of maneuver, which I think is fascinating, but I haven't had a chance to read up on it properly. Valhelm's been doing great. It seems everyone's realising what we've known for several years, which is it's kind of cool to be a bunch of Vikings with your friends. Just saying. Tiny Build's been buying up studios. Catra says CD Projekt Red claims it got hacked. Well, we've got no reason to believe that they haven't, because of the way CD Projekt Red have their account systems and with GOG, they're gonna have to. It's going to hurt to admit they've been hacked. It would be much better for them to be able to just handle it quietly and ignore it. So I don't see any reason why they would fake being hacked. There's no good part that comes out of it. Utopia Heart, Watto friend? Like, that breach in security could open them up to some nasty libel nonsense. Lord Loss, how are you doing? I'm doing very well. Sadly, the shady nonsense I can't talk about wasn't on Saturday. It got moved to the 23rd. So I just slept, honestly. Like, I've kind of been stress awake since I cracked my tooth open, so it's nice to get my sleep under control, you know what I mean? Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean that pointed at your good self. It was more like I saw the discussion on the Discord, and I was a little too sleep deprived to go into it. But like, there's no good time to publicly admit a hack. Most of the times, especially with game companies that use any kind of payment systems or use any kind of account systems, they'll avoid talking about it until the absolute last moment that they have to, because of the amount of responsibility and damage that it can end up putting on them. So, but it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. Like, I guess from what was it, either Friday or Saturday, the ESA has announced they're going to be doing 3 days of live streams for E3, but those won't be tied to the thing that Keighley did last year, the whole Summer of Games, and those both won't be tied to the main press conferences. So I honestly don't know what E3 can offer. I just want them to let go. Just let go. Like, it feels like an Animu move. Like, he's already dead, he just doesn't realize it yet. Like, E3's current state is the moment between getting struck with, like, the 15-point strikes that make someone's head explode. You know what I mean? And Utopia Heart, I'm sorry you're having trouble with your hair, friend. Just do what I did, embrace the undershave. I used to have these little tufts that would start sticking out the side, no matter how much I tied my hair back. These, like, tufts sideways. Nah, just win. Jodo Watto, Bacon Avenger Watto. Sorry, Katros, with at least in the anime, at least they explode in an impressive shower. This is more like a sad shambling. Electa, side frizz, my whole life. XD Johnny's asking about thoughts on the Square Enix music event just being a music thing. You know what? I'm not sure what to what you pertain, sir. Sorry, I didn't mean to assume. I don't mean to what you pertain. Let's have a quick look, see. Because it either hasn't fecked up enough. It either hasn't fecked up enough to be on my radar. Oh, it hasn't caused enough trouble in the industry.
Настоящее путешествие. Когда ты давно забыл, откуда едешь. И ты без понятия, где закончится твой путь.
The Steam, the big Steam feckin' festival thing seems to have done very, very well, which I'm really happy about. It's one of those things whereby I don't know how it would continue without larger companies kind of moving in and taking over, but at least in the small space, it's nice to see just Steam use a little bit of its power for good, not evil. I can promise you. I can promise you a very, very silly indie game. I can promise you some banter and some conversations. Though I'm going to need more coffee. This is a thing that's going to need to happen. Sorry, I went over to Steam and it was pointing out that there's a Naruto franchise sale. And I'm like, don't you do this to me. And it turns out I have them all. It turns out I have no self-control.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? Is it that time of month again?
Wraith, 28 months, dude. Thank you kindly. I promise this will not lead into terrible Glaswegian impression, but I was using this site today that let me listen to any radio station on the planet, which is nothing super new, but like it has a great UI localized in areas, and I was listening to Radio Glasgow before starting today. I thought you'd want to know that. Oh, hey, Katros, No Boy Don't Cry all day. I mean, I guess that's the reasons why I don't stream a lot of those games. Is one, they're not interesting to watch. And Joe, J-Post, you feckin' ledge. Ark of the Conclave. I didn't even see you get in there. Fucking J-Post tagged you with a sub before I saw you. That's like loosing an arrow into a bush. Okay, so Johnny was saying on the Square Enix thing, thoughts are it's just a Final Fantasy music event, but also they announced a second section. People are speculating with the announcement about Final Fantasy VII Remake, since it's coming to the end of its PlayStation exclusivity period. Okay. I mean, announcing that Final Fantasy VII's Remake is going to be multi-format would be a pretty hot contested piece of info. So we might not hear it until later in the year because, you know, that would be a huge win for whoever gets that announcement. Oh wait, no, hang on. Earl, no. Earl's saying there's a train simulator bundle up on Humble. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yep, no, it's a lot of trains. It still irks me the Train Simulator crew do this thing where they kind of phase out old versions as they release newer ones. Because I never got the chance to play the zombie... Wait, no, did I get a chance to play it? Why did I play it on Craig's system? I forget. There was a zombie survival train DLC for Train Simulator. I'm like, that's such a cool idea. You have to drive the last train out of London to like a secret bunker up in Scotland. I'm like, that's feckin' rad.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Num Num. Thank you kindly for the host, Joe. Alright, who have I not said hi to? Stadlin, what? Coffee is overrated. I called you a friend. I was like, alright, hear me out. Train Battle Royale. You have to be the last train rolling out. I've been to Gatwick. That is the Train Battle Royale. They all show up at once. The goal is not to be the person who misses their train. No, no, Johnny, you were hearing things. Nobody said that. No one said that. Sorry, Johnny. Thank you kindly for the 100 bits. Terror's a lot of you. That river with a grand balk from above. J-Post, thank you for the 100 as well. Fucking terrors. Oh, one thing that was kind of interesting is Skybound's going to be partnering with Striking Distance over the Callisto Protocol. The very generic trailer that's being made by a bunch of the OG Dead Space team. So it does mean it's...
Choo choo. Train.
Lord Lost, thank you for the 200 bits, you feckin' ledge. Thank you. You lot. I completely lost my train of thought there. Oh, well, okay. Sadlin, you terror. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. And managing to steal the Yaldum there. Tactical terrors. See, now I'm just getting a bunch of flashbacks from being stuck at Gatwick for 1,000 hours.
Good thing the train didn't lose you.
Despite all its best attempts. Despite all its best attempts. And, sorry, Vanderbeest, thank you for throwing stuff in the pint glass and all. Oh, Train Sim, let's go! Got the entire Train Sim bundle for €1. Okay, so Utopia Heart, on the brain research nonsense, like, it's one of those things...
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, Falizure, you feckin' ledge. Feckin' ledge, yo! Thank you kindly for 28 months, but a tier bloody 3, like it's no big deal. Thank you kindly. Oh. God, you think after actually, you know, getting away from the world for a day, I'd be hyperly over-energized. Ah, Catros, I'm okay, I'm okay. I am okay. I'm surprisingly warm though. Sorry, where were we? LeJax, what ho friend? Come on in, come on in. I'm just getting my conversational banter skills up to speed. Torcudo, what ho friend? Come on in, come on in. Araman Watto. Well, Katros, whether or not trains go down, that is beyond my control.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Feckin' mine. Yo! Man, how's Carl? Did you all get into the bloody coffee this morning? Because it's just rapid fire. Martin, thank you kindly for gifting a sub to LeJax. It's fucking cool of you. I guess sub-only chat. Once again, I don't control this. Like, I don't want anybody to feel like they have to yoke subs, but I'm feckin' grateful for it. Keeps my dumbass alive, so thank you.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Speaking of subs,
Baron Ransack, thank you. How much is that? That's 8 months, you feckin' legend. And lamentably, you're... Wait, no, I thought you just got the Yalta... Yo! And then Bacon Avenger with a rapid fire like it's no big deal. Bacon Avenger, you fecking legend, thank you kindly. While we were nattering away, Bacon Avenger just loosed 5 subs to the crowd, going to Sturdy Kiwi, Lily Longbean, Darker Blitz, that one, and Dark Wolf Hunter.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Delayed impact broadside if ever I saw one, huh? Fucking terrors. Oh, but y'all.
Stop that incessant clicking. Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, sorry. Katros was saying that they want to go back to Hollow Knight, but to paraphrase, they find the game frustrating from deaths and elements, and you know what? That's okay. Like, it's one of the reasons why. Tal, you feck. Tal, thank you for the 100 bits there. Get wrecked, scrub. Have you know? I had a shower this morning and everything. But no, Katros is one of the reasons why I kind of like doing this. Like, I know not everybody goes into games in the same manner, and it's okay. It can sometimes feel almost like FOMO when, you know, a lot of people getting into a title and it just doesn't click. But that's okay. Like, if I can show you those games, we can go through them together. I mean, feck, we need to do another run of Hollow Knight. I'm sure somehow the Longship will find a way to stomach another playthrough of Hollow Knight. You know what I'm saying? But I know where you're coming from. There's a bunch of titles that quite often I feel like I should have a much more emotional connection to based on how everybody else loves them. And I'm like... But then I also know that thanks to getting to do this, and I get to go eyeballs deep into a bunch of video games that most people don't get the chance to play. So I'm by no means a barometer of taste. Anyway. We do have ourselves a very, very weird game today. Let me see if I can find the Steam page up for it, because I don't think it's up on... Graphite, thank you for throwing in 100 bits. You fucking legends. You fucking legends. I actually, sorry, I was speed reading your banter, but didn't we have some new peeps that came on in for more Monster Hunter? If I remember rightly, from either from previous stream or from Gathering Hub Good Times, that we did have some Mother Hubbards. We did have some Mother Hubbards who were looking to start Monster Hunter World proper. Who was it? Oh, it was LZ Epsilon. So that's cool. Gives us a good shot to jump into it.
I claim this Jarldom in the name of me.
Oh no, Harmonious! Tripped up by 50 HP. No! Thank you for the 500. You feckin' legend. Thank you kindly. And actually, because Aikawa was saying that they tried tried Hollow Knight a few times before it managed to click with them. See, I got lucky because I got told... Oh, and Vanderbeest. Thank you kindly. No! Vanderbeest with the proper snipe. Bacon Avenger, you were quick, but not fast enough. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Okay, sorry. Wow, I'm all over the place this morning. My apologies. Friends, thank you for throwing in for all of that. Like, I missed Saturday, and it turned out I didn't need to miss Saturday, so I feel more than a little guilty about that. I'm all over the place this morning, but getting my feeties together. I'm just trying to say thank you. Sorry. I'm gonna need more coffee. Tal, the tooth is still broken into a bunch of pieces and worried, but fuck it. What are we gonna do, right? Also, we hit 420 on number of friendos. That is important. Where was my tiny brain at? Well, it wasn't guilty. So I was meant to be doing an thing on Saturday. That's why we didn't have a stream. It wasn't like just taking a day off. There was stuff and things. The stuff and things got moved to the 23rd, and I didn't see. So that's why I was feeling guilty, because I could have spent the day hanging out with you lot, but I didn't. But we got a full week this week, so hopefully you'll allow me to make it up to all of you lovely Malahubbards. Alright, so the game we've got today is Speed Limit. We got an early copy of this, because it doesn't launch for another week. We got an early copy of this. Where are you? Oh, there's an update for it. Alright, so... Okay, it's going to take a second. And this game's got this glorious high-speed, like, mash of many, many classic titles together look, which I'm all about. It's definitely kind of like a reaction frustration title of sorts that leaps between, like, classic genres. And I don't know, something about this title's got me really excited to try it today. I think it's the bits that flip between kind of a pseudo classic Grand Theft Auto and an Urban Strike, which was a series that just disappeared. Sorry, if you hadn't heard of it, I believe the first one was Jungle Strike, and you just played a helicopter pilot in nondescript jungles, saving the day with machine guns and whatnot. And there was a couple of titles, but it never seemed to survive the move from like classic 16-bit visuals to like the 3D movement. I assume they tried, but it didn't do well enough to continue. Lord Lost, that's very kind of you to say. No, I'm doing good. I'm not throwing myself under the proverbial work bus. There's cool stuff in the wings, and I'm looking forward to being able to talk about it more. It's weird having stuff I can't talk about. I don't like it. I want to tell you all the things. Oh, okay, and Wraith was saying it was Desert Strike first, then Jungle Strike, then Urban Strike. God. Back in the day where all you had to do to make a successful sequel was, I don't know, tweak the title a little bit. Stammering, Gamer what, ho friends? Earl was like, and then Mech Strike? Sadly, no. Though it would have been cool if that had been the continuation. Strangely though, the Battletech game for the Mega Drive / Genesis was very reminiscent of Desert Strike. Ikoa, the Nuggets are doing wonderful. We've got next vet trip for them coming up soon. The foster boys, the ringworms all sorted, so they're much healthier. Little Anya's been putting on weight something fierce since she got on the meds. So we'll probably be keeping her on the meds, which will be feckin' rad. If it means like she stays healthy and keeps going, then feck it, that's what we'll do. You know, I'll never be against redistributing my own personal food supplies to the Nuggies, you know what I mean? And the rest of them are doing lovely. Baroon's still a little cuddled oaf. But what's great though is because we've had them separated, we've got Nugget Nation over here, and then the foster boys are over in the corner in the living room. They squeak at each other now, and because of the distance of them, the noise is incredible. Anytime you so much as rustle a packet of something, the chorus of weep weep weeps echoes out across the house. Speaking of weep weeps, if you haven't seen my obsession with Pui Pui Molcar, just keep an eye on the Videodrome. It's so good. It's a stop motion animation about guinea pigs that are also cars. That's it, that's the show. The last one was kind of like a little Mad Max one, and I'm now, how can I make Perun like battle armor? This is what I'm thinking about now. Oh, Captain Stephanie Barnes, head of House Valkyrie, what, oh friend? Hear the fucking weep weep weeps from the other room. Oh. But yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it, friends. Like, and it's nice. Like, I'm not complaining about things being calm. I'm sure the games industry will find a way to set itself on fire once more. I'm sure there will be some nonsense that gets thrown in, but yeah, you know, we went out into the wilderness. We got away from it for a little bit, which was nice. Drank an inordinate amount. For some reason, Drunk Will thought it was hilarious to continuously remind people about the story of Darth Plagueis the Wise, because for some reason I found that fucking hilarious. I mean, we can talk about that one. I thought that was very impressive. What Deus is referring to, so Terraria is no longer on Stadia, because the devs got locked out of their account to update it, and after Lord knows how many days of trying to fix it, they've just given up on it. They can't get into their account to fix it, so they're just closing it down. Like, the kind of thing that could be...
Do you see now?
Oh, it's not just Stadia. Hang on, I thought it was... Alright, I must have missed the finer points of aforementioned article.
Drifts without effort one moment, then pounds down in a torrent the very next.
Oh, it's all Google products, Android included. Bleed Nora. Because I'd only read it in relation to Google Stadia. Which, I mean... That's got like, what, maybe 5-6 months left in it before they start announcing that it's gone? Feckin' yo. And yeah, I go, yeah, Android's a wee bit larger than Stadia. That's definitely something that has a lot more oomph to it. But yeah, I didn't realise it was across the space. Fucking yo. Although, actually, Alnus, that is a very good point. Like, that is a great example of third-party support. if a title as big as Terraria is having that kind of issue, or that is to say, if a Terraria developer is unable to work on the game because of those kinds of issues, then, oh boy. Watching Google fail at basic things has kind of proven my personal philosophies around things like conspiracy theories. That while conspiracy theories are very, very comforting, as they put forward the idea that people in places of power are somehow like smarter or better or well-planned, no, they're just idiots. It's idiots all the way down. If Google can't work out how to make bloody night mode for half its stuff, like, the thing is, with competent leadership and money, you can just win. Like, whether or not Stadia was a good product or not, Google have enough money, they could just pour money onto it until it became a dominant leader. And yet, it's failed at that. With all money, it has failed. Yeah, actually, no, Katros, that's a good point. So Katros saying they feel bad for the folks who worked on Stadia, but not surprised it happens. That is a good point. Like, I shouldn't be so blasé, because I do know a lot of people that, you know, got hired for those kinds of setups. It's not uncommon for when tech companies try to move into gaming space, they brute force a lot of the... They brute force a lot of the initial challenges by just hiring the best people that they can. And, you know, they can outspend most other teams when it comes to, like, salary and things like that. So if someone's a little bit thinking about leaving and Mr. McTech Company comes along and goes, well, I'll hire you to do what you want to do and I'll put an extra zero on your paycheck, it's real hard not to say no. But that comes at the cost of survivability. Okay, Alnus, that I can kind of see. Sorry, Alnus put forward that their personal theory is both Google and Amazon think they're only competing with each other when it comes to video games. They're not competing with the rest of the video game market, so it's in their regard, they're not losing. And I'm just like, I mean, I guess. Okay. See, I will say, the actual, like, development environment of Android and stuff like that, I know very little about, and I wouldn't claim to. So that is interesting. Deus was saying that Android itself's been very much built off the backs of indie software devs. And, I mean, you'd be the person I would ask on this. But yeah, it's been nice seeing that one of the new hotness games has just been like Viking Survival. I haven't had a chance to try it myself. The Valheim or Valheim? Valheim. Let's call it Valheim. I haven't had a chance to try it myself. But since Fiona went on a Walking Dead rewatch kicker, I've been itching to play something of the Zombocalypse style. I'm thinking we should do a Miscreated take at some point. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be a stream day, but I'm thinking we should do that again. Because like we haven't had a reason to run around and get into some mischief survival-wise in quite some time. And The Adventures of Officer Squirrelington is a tale that not everyone heard. It's a tale that not everyone knows. Johnny with Halo Zombies. God. An old game mode from a different time. I mean, I'm still of the philosophy that, like, we've still not had the perfect zombie game. And I really think it's just physical. It's just like tech limitations that's stopping us. Martin's like, but consider Resident Evil 2, the remake. Well, when I said the perfect zombie game, it's if we go back to like the old Night of the Living Dead concepts, go back to the old, like, you know, limited tech survival. We've done little snippets of the story. We've done little snippets of that thematic idea. You know, the idea of the horde, the idea of you know, surviving against the elements, surviving against other people. There are multiple games that do little bits of it, but we've yet to bring it all together. A lot of the big online survival zombie games have big technical limitations. The Miscreated is the one we tend to play more, but it still has its limitations. Now, okay, so XD Johnny XP, I'm not actually sure. I was talking to Sadlin about this, what was it, Saturday night? Of Overkill's The Walking Dead. I do not know why it got pulled. I mean, possibly due to licensing when The Walking Dead license kind of... Well, okay, it was when Telltale went under, and was it Soulbound? Skybound, we talked about them earlier. When Skybound Games got formed, I wonder if there was a little bit of jiggery pokery with the Walking Dead license overall. If you hadn't heard of it, it was meant to be the next big thing. The team behind Payday, well, partially. Anyway, it was meant to be a 4-player zombie survival game. A little bit slower paced than like your Left 4 Dead's, but with the Walking Dead license behind it. And it bombed hard on launch. Most of it seemed to be quoting stability issues and problems with multiplayer. I never got the chance to play it because it was one of those ones where I was like, I'll wait till this is like a budget title that I can pick up, and then I'll have a little deconstruct of it, you know? I got a soft spot for zombie games, even ones that are objectively terrible. But it has disappeared. Steam keys for it now cost like upwards of, you know, $60 to $100 if you can find them. And due to the kind of the big blanket license that is The Walking Dead, like, I still don't know if Overkill's The Walking Dead is based on the comics, the TV show, I don't know, the Walking Dead juice boxes or whatever. You know, I don't know how that licensing agreement was set up, so heck, it could be any number of things. I mean, the website and stuff about it is still up, but there's no information as to the why is the takedown. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be something to try and dig up some console copies of it in the future and see what they tried to do. Personally, I feel like... okay, Katra's saying, according to Wikipedia, it's based on the Walking Dead comics. So that means that Skybound would be the ones, like, deciding what was going on with the license. Interesting. Anyway. Utopia's saying, if it's going to be a good zombie game, I want it to be a la Dark Souls. Level up, get stronger, so the chance you can die the weakest creature. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. I was just going to add that to the challenges with creating a good zombie game are all technical challenges, not theoretical challenges. Like, I don't know how many of you have played World War Z, the video game, but they do some incredibly clever things to have these hordes of zombies swarming in. And yeah, it's still some of the most impressive, like, swarm herd tech I've seen. How they do that, I could not tell you. I have a feeling that they have a way of lodding... A way of lodding the zombies in such a way as to have them almost working as, like, giant singular entities in the distance. But I'd need to actually talk to someone who worked on it to get a feel for it. Oh, Johnny's like, Tarkov with the zombies? Yes. But again, it's easier said than done. You know, having a multiplayer title like that means you not only have this horde of the undead, but you've got to get that syncing with multiple players. God. Lordy. Sorry, my brain just went to some old pictures that I'd made around similar concepts and the technical limitations that we faced. And we're gonna get Back 4 Blood. That's definitely an evolution on Left 4 Dead. Like, keep everything that works, add enough to keep it fresh. The deck system means that it means it can, any run with friends can shape out in a myriad of different ways, and I am feckin' down. And I tell you what, Captain Steph, I'll have a look into it, because if it's the same evolution of the tech, then that's fascinating. But the advantage that film companies have is you just need to make it work once. So what I mean is, because Captain Steph was saying that supposedly that was the tech that was created by Weta for the Return of the King, for the big battle scenes. So the great thing about those is, admittedly, you need a massive rendering farm to make it work. But as long as you can get everything popping right, get the server farms to work on it, render it out, you've got your scene set. With something like Left 4 Dead, there are actually 4 different instances of the same thing being rendered on 4 different PCs. So the challenges for things like Left 4 Dead, like World War Z, is making sure all of those stay synced. So it's trying to convey this massive number of enemies on screen without creating something too complex as to provide issues for desynchronization and nonsense like that. It was one of the interesting things that happened with DayZ early on, is the initial implementation of NPC zombies in the world was very simple. But the problem was, the longer the server went, the instances where on, like, server-side zombies would be there or not there, but for the users, they would be, the desynchronized information they were getting would pertain to, like, how to phrase it? Invisible zombies, or that looks like a zombie. It's not a zombie. By my understanding, for DayZ standalone, it was one of the big challenges was re-implementing zombies, and even then, they can only afford to do like a handful of them. Like, they can't fill a city with zombies. They can't do that big horde tech. It's not impossible, but it's still. I'm sorry, friends. I'm getting too much into the paint here. How are you all doing? I think about zombie games a lot because, yes, as someone was saying, I'd love to do a really good, like, Tarkov level title. The game I wanted to do was more PvE 4-person. I initially wanted to do a kind of a blend of horde monsters with more of a classic Final Fantasy kind of flavor. I loved the idea of having like Milsim versus like the completely fantastical. Actually, we hadn't talked about Warner's getting to patent the Nemesis system. The good news for something like that is that it'd be very easy to get around it by how one named the system and how one conveyed it to the user. So I'm not too worried. I think it's a jerk move, certainly. I'm not happy about it, but... basically, it doesn't mean that we couldn't do something similar to the Nemesis system in a game. We just have to call it something different and change how it was structured. There's a bunch of different video game patents across the industry that very rarely get pulled up. The old mini-games and loading screens was one of the few examples because it was so easy to spot. But now, we can have a game that has no loading screens. Even though there is loading, we've learned as an industry how to obfuscate it. And also, both Devil May Cry and Bayonetta had the practice mode, where you could practice your combos during loading screens. You weren't playing the game. No. You were just practicing. So there's ways to go around it. Like, not to sound like too much of a shady shillster, but it doesn't mean the death of systems like the Nemesis. It doesn't mean the death of using the Nemesis system. You just got to box clever. But it is worth saying that, like, no one else has been able to create a way of implementing it successfully. It's a very expensive design principle. And, like, let us not forget that the second implementation of the Nemesis system came alongside a feckin' gacha loot box where you would spend currency to get orcs. Like, you know, Warner Brothers didn't have enough faith in that system. Oh, boy, Joe. You're looking very seasonal.
A little bit, by accident.
Yeah, accidental Christmas.
Accidental Christmas. Got a little red and green on, guys.
Yeah. This is one of the things that makes video games so difficult. Like, it's simultaneously a creation of artistic intent and a creation of technological intellect. Like, and again, I do not think them patenting the Nemesis system is a good idea. But with a lot of video games, it's not about coming up with the ideas behind it. It's not about the artistic philosophies. With a lot of titles, it's how you can convey that, and that does come down to technical ability, you know? Alna says, I feel it'd be better if they were using it more. Like, where's our free roam mafia-themed game with this? Yup. Again, I can only assume that they're not doing it because it's too expensive to implement. Now, this is one of those things that might become easier to implement. I mean, there are clever ways around large crowd tech. There could be, like, smarter ways to construct your NPCs in such a manner as to allow for systems like it. But no, Katros, limitations breed ingenuity and all that. Good point, good point. So, I don't know. I'm always in two minds. Like, I don't think that we should be able to patent art and the methods of. But when it comes to video games, like, I don't want to see people's creations get ripped off and torn asunder, you know? It's bad enough, especially for devs who work in mobile spaces, of their games just getting wholesale ripped off and reposted. So it's that... I don't have a solution, friends. I just... sorry, I don't have a solution. Utopia says there's always going to be a problem with syncing up in live play. Because if someone has the best internet in the world, there's a delay on the medium. Well, I mean, we achieve it in a lot of different situations. Video games are a lot of smoke and mirrors, and not all data is accurate. One of the interesting things is, if you look at a lot of games, if you think about how you see your friends' player characters move, how you see it in the world, but how they actually look around is always a very interesting thing of taking into consideration. Ehrman says, games or not, software patents are a bad idea. 20 years of programming, I've not found a case for me to change that opinion. Okay. I mean, I've not been I've not been a 20-year programmer. And like I said, I don't have a good answer. I'm not saying that the Warner's Nemesis system comes into this, but it's a case of, like, if you create something awesome, Eraman, I hate the idea that someone can take what you've done wholesale, you know, change a couple of UI elements and run with it. I don't have a good answer to that. I have no solutions, only coffee and loud, and I'm all out of coffee. I'll grab some in a sec. Oh yeah, Downers, that was a real good one. And I think that's what still stings, was Vlambeer's games getting ripped off before they even came out. It was like Ridiculous Fishing and Luftrausers. I don't know if it was Ridiculous Fishing that got ripped off before it came out on Android, but it was out on other platforms. God, I'd have to think about it now. See, Johnny was saying, now I've got a Telltale-like Walking Dead game with the Nemesis system. Let me do you one better. A kind of survival-focused zombie game, not too dissimilar from State of Decay, but with a Nemesis system based around fellow survivors. Your interactions with them, the reactions that others will have to you based on what you do. Like, you know, you're out in a survival run, you take somebody out. That, you haven't just got negative... you haven't just got negative results with that one faction, but you have murdered somebody, and their nearest and dearest are gonna want vengeance. So that then affects the politics of there. If the game goes on long enough, you can start having, you know, generational changes, faction changes. Like, and this is why I think the Nemesis system hurts so much, is because it's such an interesting concept that sparks creativity when you start thinking about it. When you just start saying, well, what if we plugged this system into this kind of game? And suddenly there's a whole world of creativity. I think that's why that one stings, you know? But there's nothing to stop us doing it. One of my favorite little games that I haven't streamed because I just go into a near catatonic state when I'm playing it. And it's more of a game to tell stories of. But this is a game called Ruin Arch. This game does not have the Nemesis system in. But it has a system of social simulation that's incredible. It's basically like Bastard Rimworld. You play an evil demon, an overlord, set on taking over the entirety of this world. And your goal is to murder as many humans as possible and take over. But, while yes, you can do it through unleashing monsters, murdering people, you know, the place where this shines is it has a system of social interaction and curses. So you can read to see who in the village likes each other, who hates each other. You can sow discord. You can have them kill each other because, like, you know, Ethan doesn't like Bethany. Bethany hates Ethan. So what you can do is you could steal Bethany's guitar, pop it in Ethan's house, and then whisper into the ear of the sheriff. You know, you sow more discontent as he comes around to find the stolen object. And Bethany's not going to believe it was some ghostly demon in the night. And Katros, you do make a good point. I'd be down for chatting about that today, because it's something I've been thinking about a lot. The Nemesis system only works if you're losing. That is to say that you have to be defeated by orcs or to kill them to create villains to bounce off of. At least in Shadow of Mordor, if you are just winning all the time, the system doesn't really progress as much. Iron Imp's like, wait, between Keeper RL and Ruin Arch, are we discovering your master plan? Look. Sometimes we like video games that indulge us in allowing to be things that we aren't. These games allow me to be a maniacal bastard. But anyway, sorry, the reason why I wanted to point to Ruin Arch is that it's not like Keeper RL, it's about just building either the biggest monsters or the biggest spells. You can just slowly twist and manipulate a little village until they just kill each other. It's awesome. And the way it conveys that system, the way in which they have the procedurally generated villages with the interpersonal relationships, is feckin' fascinating. I do feel like I want to give Shadow of War another good run now that all the microtransactions and everything is out, but I don't know how I feel about that, you know? Also, Stammering Gamer, it's absolutely not a cult. So yeah, I will say, Katros, that I did feel that the pseudo Assassin's Creed 2 style of progression in Shadow of Mordor didn't work. That system actually needed you as the character to have very, very limited interaction methods. Feckin' toast. Jackmere, afternoon. What ho, friend? Where's my brain at? Oh yeah, just the games that require you to be defeated or to lose in some regard to progress it forward. I think if they had fully embraced that, there's definitely something there, you know? There's also other interconnected methods that really... And friends, this is why I love having these conversations with you all. See, because Iron Imp mentioned Keeper RL, and Keeper RL has this amazing feature, which I... Hey! First read of the day! How are you doing, Imperios? What ho, friend? We're narrowing about the Nemesis system. How was your stream? How are you doing? What ho, friend? Alex Watto. Hello, hello, friends. Come on in. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Okay, yes. So, with Keeper RL. Keeper RL has this wonderful mechanic where, if you haven't seen it, Keeper RL is kind of like, it's like Dwarf Fortress Light, to an extent. You play an evil wizard, and your goal is to defeat the nearby humans and then overthrow your arch nemesis. So, pretty standard, kind of like one part Dwarf Fortress, one part Dungeon Keeper.
But LOL, but LOL, but.
But LOL, you say? An interesting point, but for my rebuttal, have you considered also butts? Yeah. 40 chess, my friend. Alright, Keeper RL. The interesting hook about it is that you build your fortress. Much like with Dungeon Keeper, you have to build traps and things to keep wandering heroes and adventurers and goody two-shoes out. But you still need to be able to get in and out of the base yourself, so it requires some planning, some construction. That's awesome. However, your nemesis is another wizard, another monster wrangler. While the game is generated procedurally, your opponent, the final boss of your run, is another player who's won the game. So you're not fighting against like a procedurally generated boss with, you know, systems that could possibly be exploited. You're fighting against someone else who worked out how to beat the game. And that's feckin' summit. Like, there's so much we can still do with interconnected experiences, and there's so much we can do with procedural generation. Like, we're so far from the top of the mountain. And I guess that's the other thing that's going to be entertaining, is that the Nemesis system is a small little thing of 2 video games that ended up catching people off guard in terms of how engaging this one little system was in a, let's be honest, otherwise pretty bland Lord of the Rings licensed title. But the system that they have patented could easily be eclipsed by so much. Live long enough to become someone else's end boss. I mean, feckin' right. Lord Lost and Found. It is called Keeper RL. Let me grab it for you. And I've played this an inordinate amount. Like, I personally recommend this. It's not a great game. Again, it's not a great game to stream. It's not a great game to show others. But it's a cracking experience. And building these, like, huge underground monoliths whilst laying out as many traps for would-be goody two-shoes as possible, sending parties of monsters to nearby villages to just go and, like, eat all of the things, striking alliances with nearby monster factions. Like, it is not the greatest game, but it is an exceptional story game. Sorry, the Steam page has come up, but it does the boulder traps into it. My favorite one used to be the old, I probably shouldn't call it the Japanese maze, because that sounds vaguely weird and vaguely offensive. What it's meant to refer to is Japanese castles are designed in such a way as that once an invading army is through, the internal structure is designed in a bizarre maze-like manner, making it very difficult to head straight towards the castle keep without going up and over each of the walls. Which is great for ambushes, traps, and generally annoying your foes. I designed my monster areas thusly. Long, winding corridors seemingly going to nowhere. It did mean that any time I had to send my monsters out to go find anything, it took them 20 minutes to get out, but it's fine, right? God, well, nice. Now I want to play Keeper RL. Killed so many humans. Oh, also, another cute little thing about this that they added, which I actually haven't had a chance to experiment with, is that you can play the game as an adventurer and explore other people's stuff. So, Aperios, how are you doing, friend? Watto! We're just having a general natter. There is something to be said for systems which inspire creativity. Like, I'm trying to think of a few other ones that just by the adding them creates sorry, give me another second. Let me put this one together. Put this thought together. It's like adding the word MMO to an existing concept. It's much easier said than done, but it invokes a certain amount of creativity. So, like, in the same way that what if blank but MMO, what if blank but with the Nemesis system, it sparks a lot of interest. Oh, way cool. Perios is doing well. Got the space set up to start doing a bit more filming more seriously. Yeah. Though, once the world is open up again, you and I are going on adventures around Seattle. This is happening. Sorry, I just saw Alnis's. Zorg! The boss just redesigned the maze again! Oh, darn it, I just got used to it. Well, wait until you hear about the puzzle he's installing. Oh, I was sick of the tiger's eye dual lock already. Shackle says, what if Hades but Nemesis system? Feckin' right? What if Noita but Nemesis system? That one creature that kills you ends up getting promoted and... God. Especially any games that have you dying a lot. Any games that give you the any game that gives you the mountain to climb principle. Like, adding a Nemesis style system into that is great. And the thing is, if you don't call it the Nemesis system, if you call it, I don't know, you know, enrichment of worlds or some nonsense, but it feckin' works. Oh, very droll, Resident Evil but Nemesis system. You just call it like procedural villains. I mean, hell, it's video games. You can call it whatever the honking heck you want. Blast processing's not a real thing. Shocking, I know. I'm trying to think if there are any other systems that have the same kind of evocative nature. I'm trying to think of other systems that make you kind of go, wait a second, but what if? Ikoa says, this feels like the new but a dating sim. That's always more of a... I guess not. You know what? No, you're right. That is a similar nature. Oh, crunchy. Oh, XT Johnny XP, these conversations are where I get the feck out of bed, you know what I mean? Utopia says, in an RPG, I always feel like people are doing it wrong when you have a hero, but your actions don't really change the world. Well, okay, wrong is not what I necessarily agree with in terms of how to describe that, but I would say that we're a very, very long way away from being able to have specifically fantasy worlds where it reacts to your player's actions properly, you know what I mean? Like, I'd really like to see that. And again, it's not a case of the creative intent of it. It's the how. You know what I mean? Nom Nom says, again, because it's a banger, getting over it with Bennett Foddy, but with the Nemesis system. Oh! Feckin' Jump King. Feckin' Jump King. I'm gonna need a lot of coffee today. So I tell you what, friends, should we get this game up and started? We can continue this full banter throughout the day. But I'm gonna need another cuppa. I don't understand why I'm such a mess today, friends. I'm very sorry. Oh, excuse me. Let's get some video gaming stuff going. Because I have a feeling this title is going to be something very special. Okay, so before we go back to Nemesis system banter, yeah, oh, video games on this channel, I'm mixing it up. I'm shocking it sideways. So the title is Speed Limit. This will be coming out on the 17th, but we managed to get ourselves a lovely little early copy of this. It is a quick-fire, what if all retro games at once, wonderful piece of indie nonsense that I've been very much looking forward to showing you. We were going to do it last week, but the embargo said video coverage from the 8th. And they only specified recorded video, not streaming it like this. But we decided that we were going to be sensible. We weren't going to be cheeky. But it does mean that we have it to give it a go. Just make sure it's not going to blow any eardrums out. Oh, and is there anyone that hasn't gotten a proper hello from me? I do apologise I've not been up to snuff today. You are very loud, sir! Fuck my ears. Jesus Christ in a bin bag. I am so sorry to fellow headphone users. Shackle's like, my hello was quite improper, but that's okay. Well, let's have a better one. Shackle, what, ho friend, how are you doing? Okay, firstly, no! Jesus H in a bin. I'm so sorry again, friends. Oh, now you work. Oh. Catcher says, for some reason the art style makes me think of McPixel for the first time in years. That's understandable. Various, the music's a bit quiet now, and it can bloody stay there. It scared my pee bags. I don't know what I should have expected. Alright. So, dear friends, I'm going to make myself a quick cuppa before we leap into this, and thank you all for bearing with me this morning. I apologise for taking so long to get up to speed. Let me... Where are my tunes? Okay. Oh, okay, XD Johnny XP was apologising for the loud and obnoxious. I mean, I kind of expected it at this point, but it caught me off guard. So I guess I wasn't expecting it. I'm happy to have you all hanging and chilling. Let me say thank you instead. Let me say thank you instead. Yeah, let's go with that. Alright, friends, I'll be back in just a second. To be continued. J-Post, you heckin' terror. And Joda, well, I probably missed you there, but at least, albeit briefly, it was lovely to hang out with you. J-Post sneaking some bits in. Fucking terrorists. Aww. My little big man. You taking a break from Guinea Pig Nation to come hang out? Look at this big man. Can't be stressed about the world, friends, when you got some little nuggies. Sorry. I'm just gonna ignore you lot and just hang out with the nugget right now. Nothing personal. Look at his little face. Look at his little face. Oh. Little big man. He's just having a little squeak.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Those are good little scritches. Just testing your hair. Little big man. Yeah, Ketros, Tiny weak. You have a river directly behind you, just as an FYI. But okay, so Utopia Heart. There's a few points that are worth chatting on that one. You're right. The limitations of making a game is the limitations of making a game is money. Dev hours is a term referred to the number of hours a person would need to spend on a thing to bring it. So, if you need 200 dev hours on a feature, that means, however that is split between a bunch of people, it's those hours of work that would go into making a thing when you're speccing it out. And this is more for like medium to large studio planning. The reason I mentioned that is the most expensive thing in video games is people. That's where the cost of making games comes from, is from paying your staff. So the challenge is always money. But as we've said in the past, the more you spend, the more you need to get back, which is where you can get teams being less and less risky. There's also a thing where, as large video game companies continue to succeed, they get very set in a specific way of doing things. The process by which they create a game becomes solidified over time. That's why you can notice certain studios having certain styles of their games, despite the thematics being different. You can spot a BioWare game because of a bunch of different things, and the manner in which a team like BioWare used to create their games would carry on from title to title, giving it that through. There are very few people that sit down to make a game just for the purpose of extorting cash from titles. I'm not saying that big people at management don't plan their projects for the maximum amount of profit, but I'm saying the actual person putting lines of code down, the actual person putting pen to paper to create these titles, they come at this from a place of love, and I can tell you that much. So there's a lot of challenges there. The things we were talking about earlier, games like Ruin Arc, Keeper RL, these are very, very small. I think Keeper's one person plus artist. And so the risks that they have are much, much less. If those games fail, big companies aren't going out of business. So it's just, there are a lot of points to take from it. One is that even people who work at a AAA level genuinely care about games. I can't say that about management. EA make most of their overarching decisions based on business trends, not necessarily from creative R&D. But as a whole, pretty much everybody in the games industry cares about the games industry, apart from a few shitlords. The other thing to take into consideration is fancy flashy tech is risky as. So like, take the Nemesis system, for example. How one goes about creating that is a real challenge. Procedural systems are difficult to spec for because you never know how they're going to work until they're all put together. See, if you... how to phrase this? If you took the same amount of content as is generated from, let's say, like, from an average run of the Nemesis system, not talking about, like, the NPCs being generated based upon the player, but just that number of handcrafted orcs with backstories. You know how much work that is. You know how long it takes to make an orc. You know how long it takes to write their backstory, tweak things, implement them in-game. To create something like the Nemesis system, well, you're creating all the pieces, and then the system is what's going to pop it all together, like with any of the procedural generation stuff. So what it means is you have a large spree of getting all the pieces together, and you don't see its effects until much later in development. And that is risky as. Because with a lot of these games, they're created in milestone chunks. They're put together in pieces as to allow the team to carefully structure how much work needs to be done. With procedural systems, you don't see it coming together until way later. And that makes teams nervous. Add on top of that, something which doesn't have a direct money translation. See, the other thing about the Nemesis system, which is worth talking about, is it was in a Lord of the Rings game. See, it's like the discussion about mods making money, where users understand, like, the core of it, the shamanistic, but there isn't the business data to back it up. And what I mean by that, oh no, and Utopia Heart, I know you're not dissing on stuff. It's a topic I love talking about. See, Lord of the Rings Shadow of Mordor is still a Lord of the Rings game. Bad Lord of the Rings games sell. There is a user base out there that fecking love everything to do with usually the movies, but there's also a scene of people who love the source material of Tolkien's work and will buy anything attached to it. Like, it's one of the big IPs. You know, it's the foundation of fantasy RPGs as we know them. So, whether or not the Nemesis system was the reason why people bought Shadow of War hasn't really been proven, because it's already based on a successful IP. Do you see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Katros, the sheer amount of voice lines must be insane. Yo, I want to know if they used anything similar to the Hitman team that has reactionary audio lines, like "Put down the fish," where they record it in pieces and then stitch it together. And stammering, I did see that. With a lot of those, I do feel like it's about what they actually do. Like, EA made these big announcements that they were going to be going on a more indie-friendly kind of publishing maneuver. And we got Grow Home and a couple of other titles from them, and then nothing. So, it's not to diss on Ubisoft, it's... Moving to smaller, more creative projects is something that one does, not that one says one does. And Utopia Heart, like, I can also say I've never directly worked with Electronic Arts. Like, I can only extrapolate from stories from fellow industry friendos and from how I've seen their choices made. But they do seem to make their corporate decisions based on market trends and on what they feel is doing successfully. And that often leads them to mismanaging studios into into spheres where they're not...
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? Apparently it's been 4 months since _someone _ gave me my first gift sub.
Well, for some unknown reason, you've decided to stick around. I won't say I'm not grateful. I'd question your reasonings, but it's good to have you with. Cheers to 4 months, friend. And I know I said this at the beginning of the show a little bit, but it still blows my mind how we dance from, hey, I just got here, hello, to, I've been here for 28 months. Was it mainly Gundams? That's fair, that's fair. I actually haven't had the chance to get to building in a while. I might do that tonight as like a zen. Actually, Utopia Heart, that is a good thing to say. Oh, sorry, also, Hookshot, Watto friend, how you been? Now, that is a very interesting thing. A painter only has so much paint. It's something that I often think about a lot. Like, okay. I've always been fascinated with the representation of the Renaissance period of art. How so much of that period seems to be a reflection of kind of like a lot of the great Renaissance works seem to be a reflection of Catholicism ideals and big leaders of the time. And I've been thinking about this more and more as we get older, because that wasn't necessarily what the creatives of the time wanted to paint. But paint's expensive. Living's expensive. And when you have a bunch of very rich individuals looking to show their devotion through the things they own in their house, be it like portraits or, works of art, a lot of the great works were funded by people who either were... God, I always hate doing kind of like history of religion stuff when trying to talk about art, because it takes it in very strange places. I guess the TLDR I'm saying is that a large amount of the iconography from that time was because of the kind of people who were paying for art, not the kind of creatives who were painting it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't just get to do a Sistine Chapel because you got a set of oils. Like, someone's gonna pay you for it and give you a fecking ceiling. With video games, there's nothing wrong with aspiring to creating those big works. And that's why I love talking about the business of. Reflective, you feckin' ledge. Cheers to you, friend. From high atop his perch, he waits. Gazing down, a thought crosses his mind. My dog. They are so small. He leans forward, arms spread, whispers but a single word. Cannonball. And Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass after. I completely lost my train of thought. I apologize. Okay, but Ikoa, thank you for that one, because that's a good little example. Ikoa is, as a duchy, I will assume you mean someone from, of Dutch descent. Oh yeah, no, Reflective, you multi-swarm missiled the train of thought there. But it was going into some weird places. Whether or not those weird places are entertaining is another matter. But Ikoa was saying, as a Dutch individual, they love our art, they love their art history, had a strong middle class throughout history, so more households could buy smaller paintings. That meant a lot of Dutch painters did small paintings of more normal life scenes, yes. Whereas over in Europe, like, it was, the paintings got more and more grandiose, the one-upmanship of the upper classes, while the lower classes lacked a lot of money. We weren't without a middle class during these periods, at least in the UK. But what was fascinating was how artists would work to bring the cost down to sell to more people. So, like, I'm trying to think of the artist who was famous for doing this, who would pre-paint family portraits of, like, 2 kids, a dog, 2 grown-ups, and then change their appearances after the fact. So basically Photoshop his pre-works. And I always thought that was feckin' hilarious. Like, they weren't these grand acts of art. It was just like, yeah, all right, how many kids have you got? 3, all right. Hey, Larry, we got 3 kid versions. Yeah, we got 3 kids. We can sort you out by Wednesday. Yeah, Katros, all right, my phrasing of that was very poor. I did almost make it seem as if the Netherlands wasn't part of Europe. I mean, but these regional elements are very important. The reason why I wanted to talk about this is because as much as I want to just dunk on big companies like EA, and I will repeatedly, the thing is, if you want to create grand experiences, you need money. At least now. We haven't gotten to the point yet where, you know, the cost of creating a large-scale game, especially something with an online component, we have still not gotten to the point yet where that's cheap enough to be viable for small teams without some incredible technical ability. Like, friends, we could make a visual novel today. We can literally do that. We have the tools, we have the ability, we have the people. There's literally... The only thing stopping us is the fact of why would we make one? Do you know what I mean? Oh, Soviet. Too soon, friend. Too soon. Stammering says, that'd be an interesting stream. No, it wouldn't. It'd be very dull to watch. But the result of it would be fun. I don't know if you've ever watched people at a game jam. It's not a spectator sport. Anyway. No, you stammering. I'm being sarcastic. The actual process of setting up a program like that, like, there are certain kinds of games that we've established a method of creation by which it's viable for us to just do. We can't make a Star Wars. Like, not without some feckin' genius, like, programming abilities to overcome, like, a lot of the hurdles. Like, we can't even make an off-brand Star Wars. It's not something that's viable for us to do. And at least before Disney started opening up the license, if you wanted to make an on-brand Star Wars, you had to have enough money to get into the conversation with EA. How do you do that? Like, how does one of us get in the room with EA executives to have that? Okay, not the executives. They'd actually have a publishing and licensing wing. So you'd have to go through a bunch of pitch meetings. But you know what I mean? Like, that's not something that we can just do. We can't make an MMO unless one of us has an ability and an affinity for creating online experiences already. Vanderbeest says, idea, Larry the Tarantula dating sim. Nah, Larry the Tarantula's got to be at the end. So it's a dating sim, but at the end of them, each one has a Larry Tarantula skit. Ranazana says, it's got a game jam because you turn devs into a smooth paste of their own violation. No, their own, yeah. Anyway, the point that I just wanted to make before we leapt into some indie weirdness was that there's still so much that we can't just easily do in games. And a lot of it's kind of taken for granted. I wanted to reference this because as much as I dislike how EA manages a lot of their products, and I dislike how they handle a lot of their acquisition studios, they've got money. And yo! So, Katros, you fucking legend. Getting to tag Kisa. Kisa, snoozy lose friend. But it does mean that Katros has basically hurled Kisa to the Yaldum. How are you doing, Kisa? Like, friends, the reason why I'm coming back around on this conversation, and trust me, this bus is coming back, is because we've been talking about the Nemesis so much, but it's the cost of it. Warner Brothers aren't lacking for bucks. They don't have the same money as, like, EA or Microsoft. But, like, they're not hurting for coin. And they can afford to do these big experiences. So, I mean, Utopia, I don't know if I just took out of your comments and just drove it off-road into another set. Oh, Martin, the hard times is always glorious. So Soviet, I don't know as to that amount. I can tell you that the people I know working at Warner's are rolling into some interesting projects, but I don't know if AT&T is affecting.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Marshall Ray, you
Don't mind
fucking
me.
ledge. Cheers to you, friend. Just 26 months. No big deal. No big deal. And actually, Ikoa Reflective, I know we've talked about it a lot on this show, but thematically, Void Rains Upon Her Heart is a great example of taking that kind of disambiguation of like feeling an experience and putting it into like an action experience. All right, so I've got some more coffee in my system. I feel like I've got my feedies back under me. Are we ready to try some weird indiness? Oh yeah, and I'm gonna second Ikoa's statement as well. I would 100% play that game, Reflective. And the thing is, if you did it as the billboard style sprites from like OG Doom and stuff, that's actually a project that you could get to work on. Because like, there's enough sprite sheets out there that would give you the basis that you could do a mock-up and then rework the visuals. It'd take you a little bit, like redoing UI and stuff, but yo. Sorry, Stammering saying that apparently Jason Momoa is going to get to play Knuckles in the Sonic the Hedgehog sequel. That would be lovely. That film was far better than I thought it was going to be. That was a pleasant surprise. And JP, how are you doing, friend? Watto! Catch was saying still need to see Sonic the Movie Hog. It's good. Like, it's not like change your perception of world, but it's good. Oh, and Reflective, I'm very much looking forward for well, I think it's called like Mech Repair Simulator. I'm very much looking forward to that. As Stammering says, the video game movie curse isn't broken, but the cracks are appearing. You know what? I'm just gonna say it's just Hollywood be trash. Like, I do not think that it's a curse of video game movies per se. It's just Hollywood be trash. I have no doubt that give Edgar Wright a video game property and watch it shine. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, it was just me. Oh yeah, Alnus. Well, see, that's... Sorry, here's me multi-track drifting. I do apologise, friends. I seem to be all over the place today. Because Alnus was saying Edgar Wright was halfway there with Scott Pilgrim. Well, absolutely. his ability to represent like Vijagamey terms, to represent Vijagamey experiences visually worked really well. It's fucking good. Katra says, can we trade David Cage for an actually talented artist director from Hollywood? Or, I'm just going to put it out there as an idea. We take David Cage and we put him in the sea and we leave him there. He is Poseidon's problem now. He belongs with the fish people. He's just in the sea. And I'm going to prefix this comment by saying that while I agree, I don't know enough about the actual business side of Hollywood elements to know for sure. But Stammering was saying that's why Marvel went with, I hate it because I can say his... My nuggets are here! Basically, Thor Ragnarok good, Nuggets better. Poseidon doesn't deserve... Okay, deserves it a little bit. Vanderbeest, Will, why do you hate the fish people? They know what they did. My tiny guinea pigs are here! So those who come forth from Guinea Pig Nation, what ho, friends? Guinea Pig Nation! Seriously, when... did you see the Puni Puni Mokars zombie episode?
No, I haven't.
We need to get like a little Mad Max outfit for Perun. Needs to happen. And again, friends, if you haven't been watching Pui Pui Mokar, you need that in your life. It's tiny guinea pigs that are also cars because of reasons. Yeah, Kisa, well, I mean, Kisa, you were the one that got us on it, so... I mean, I can't imagine anybody by this point isn't already being bullied by me to watch Guinea Pig Nation in the morning. But if you're not, I would sincerely appreciate it if you'd throw Guinea Pig Nation a follow. Because it's our little nuggets. They just hang out and do all the things. Okay. Oh, link to the nugget cars. Okay, sorry. I just had a moment there. I don't know why I'm so all over the place today, friends. Honestly, friends, I shouldn't be all over the place. Yesterday, I slept through the entirety of Mandalorian Season 2 after we got back. And then I actually managed to get a decent sleep. Like, actually managed to crash. Although, it is worth saying I had the most surreal experience of popping on something on the YouTubes to fall asleep to. And then have it turn into some very, very strange, like, American... Oh, sorry about that. Oh, Mechanoel. What ho, friend? How are you doing? Oh, actually, while you're here, Mechanoel, hold that thought. Stompy's in as well.
What up, mother hubbards?
What up, indeed? What ho, friend? Stompy, how you doing? Oh, Stammering. Well, it was lovely chatting with you today. And if you're bored and you want to pop back in later, you know what we'll be. It's your boy, Dinosaur. All right, very quickly, this week. So today we're going to be playing Speed Limit, which is a very weird, non-stop genre-swapping flavor of nonsense. But mostly for the stomping and for the mechs. Friends, tomorrow we're going to be playing Zone of the Enders 2. Because I want to. I was trying to decide what I wanted to do tomorrow. I went through a bunch of stuff and I was like, you know what? Feck it. Let's feckin' do this. So we're doing Zone of the Enders 2 tomorrow. And I'm rather looking forward to it. Ugh, how do you... Oh, wow. Stompy, yo. Stompy says it's been a week/month. I mean, it's been March. Finishing the job, moving out of their apartment, back to the parents for a month before moving to Sweden. Well, good luck with it, friend. Sorry, Stompy, I shouldn't laugh. But if they were brought in to replace you, I feel like I'm allowed to chortle manically. Sorry, Stompy says they met the person who's going to be replacing them at their job. He's a clever one. Figured out his fecht in less than 48 hours. I mean, not your circus, not your monkeys, my friend. Or as we used to say, NMP, not my problem. Oh, and Mechanowell, tomorrow we're going to be doing Zone of the Enders 2. Which is... Because we were talking about arty-farty weird games. Zone of the Enders is what if Kojima Productions got to be weird arty giant robots for a bit? And the sequel does not get enough credit. The first game was literally launched off the back of the Metal Gear Solid 2 demo. A very smart play, if I do say so myself. But the sequel, even without having that backing, ends up being just this artistic gloriousness. It is not sensible. It is not... You know what? Zone of the Enders isn't a game you explain, you experience. And yeah, no, Katros, like, no joke. It did ship with it. And it absolutely... It worked as a play. Because... Yeah. English-speaking audiences don't buy giant robot games. Like, it's a little, but not compared to other spheres. JP says they had the exact same experience, but their case... Oh, yeah. There's something very reassuring about finding out that a role that you previously had has to be taken over by multiple people. There's a little satisfaction in that. Alright. I've got coffee pumping through my system. We've got a cool indie game going. I've been nattering at you all for 2 hours. Apologies for being a little fishtaily this morning. Kind of feel like I got my feeties under me now. Do you want to see something super weird? And what we can do is, if this game gets too like laser focused, we'll do 10-minute banter breaks, like we did with Spelunky 2. Okie dokie. Now, without further ado, let's get a video game going. Final Phoenix, how you doing? What, old friend? I said I was just about to start a game, and I'm very, very easily distracted today. Okay, game title updated. Tweak deployed. Coffee consumed. Chill jams paused. It's party time. I mean, Utopia, I love chatting with you lot. It's the best part of doing this. So, like, I'm never gonna be sad if we end up just nattering on forever. JP was saying when I was in the capital, did some touristy things. Apparently in the fortress here, there's a British muzzle-loading cannon. Well, that is fascinating. If you ever get the chance to, when the world's safe again, the Royal Armoury in Leeds, that is like just a pièce de résistance of weird. Alright, controller's working. Okay. So, individuals of all persuasions, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Speed Limit. Watch will fail in real time. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I am defeated. There we go, it's been a good run. Thank you for coming to my Speed Limit playthrough. Yeah, sadly this one isn't on Humble at the moment. It's not coming out until the 16th on Steam. But we got early code, because we're cool like that. Gonna give that another run. And I'm dead again! Well! Oh, February 17th. GameChuck Dev, my apologies. Also, thank you for popping in. How are you doing? We weren't sure if the embargo was for just YouTube reviews or for streaming in general, so we waited till today, and now we're finally tearing into this. Although, I've talked everyone's ear off for the last 2 hours, so we've literally just started. 2 hours into a show, video game. I wouldn't say we're playing the game so far. I have been shot in the back of the head twice. Oh, God. Alright, so... Well, I found where the gun is. Aha! Aha! Okay, so it seems the first genre we'll be dancing with is a very Metal Slug-esque... Oh, my face! That man was eating a banana! Oh, yeah. Oh, embargo is lifted, but you can't show the last level. Is there something that will let us know when we're getting to that stage? Because I don't want to spoil anything. Also, while we've got you in chat, how are you doing? So, friends, I know you've only gotten to see 45 seconds of this game, but if you do have any questions, friends, GameChuck Dev in chat is one of the developers behind this title. Oh! J-Post, you feckin' ledge. And GameChuck Dev says they're going to tell us before we get to the spoilery part. Wunderbar. Yeah. J-Post with some Housecarl Huntage. Right. I'm going to give this an honest-to-goodness go. If you're wondering what this first section plays like, it's very, very Metal Slug. In a good way. Now, obviously... No! Banana, no! Haha! Sorry, there was a bloke behind me with a banana. Things got weird. No! Sleeper agents, eh? This isn't really a conversing sort of game. You'll probably all notice more details than I will as we leap behind. Hi, I see you there. No! Knives are not allowed! Aha. Alright, so I'm getting very cocky. Also, quick thing to notice. the checkpointing's already very good. So I know with a few of these titles it can seem nigh on impossible with the full reset. I'm looking at you, Volgar the Viking, but okay. So Game Chuck Dev, let's go for the fluffy questions first. How long was your team working on this before you got to this point? No! Stupid homing bullets. Aha! Aha! Because so far the thematics of this game very much strike me as a... no! Lasers! Very much strike me as a daydreaming on a train. No! Okay, so GameShock is telling us they've been working on this title full-time since between July 2019 and, well, July 2020. So this has been in full production for a year. This is a lot of content to put together in a year. Ow! Tripped over my own fees! GameShock says the first stage and concept art for the game started as early as summer 2017. Okay. So did you go... Are you going the published full fun... We're trying to answer sensible questions whilst under fire from these special operations... Oh god, there's so many of them! I'm just going to take a moment to chat to you lot. Game says, still having the game director and a couple of programmers polishing things up. Yeah, Fight Train. Ooh ha ha. Ooh, and MDH, Watto. This is Speed Limit. We've just started playing this because I was kind of faffing about this morning. We have one of the lovely developers in chat at the moment answering some questions. I've died 16 times already. Goody. No! There's so many of them! Knife-throwing bastards! Oh yeah, Imperius does make an interesting point. This game... If this game goes below 60 miles per hour, it will explode. No! No! Bastards! Knife-throwing bastards. That's more feeling. There's so many of them. And J-Post, we're not restarting at the beginning each time. Though, okay, I may have died 27 times, but my KD is still in the positive. Stumpy, go get some sleeps. It was lovely catching up with you, yo, and, like, you need us, you got us. Here, Discord, what have you, alright? We're just happy to see you, friend. Game Chuck's like, just shout if you need help. I don't know, I'm gonna do this. I need to prove my gaming credentials. Compliment Cap, Watto, friend! Don't die too much. I promise nothing! Okay, I can't shoot the knives out the air. Okay. No! There's so many! almost. No! No! Not the creepy coat room! No! No! I have Defeaties! Ill-advised maneuver! Mind the... Oh, God! Achievement unlocked. Is your commute killing you? Very loud, isn't it, my friends? There we go. Oh, God! No, that was my entire face. Oh, God. I have a lot to learn very quickly. Aha. Mind the gap. Haha. I've trained for this. No! Fuck! Oh, God! Not super dead. Take another moment. Oh, Game Chuck saying this is probably one of the most difficult moments in the game. That made me feel better as it abuses me. I'm a big fan of the these kind of what's the term? Well, I guess this isn't really a climb the mountain type game. This is more of a kind of experiential challenge. Oh, Alnus, no. Sorry, Alnus was saying this reminds me of a Gang Beasts level. I miss Gang Beasts. Like, and I know you can play it in digital environments. It's just, it's not the same. Gang Beasts, it's one of those titles you've got to play it in the... Ow! Playing it in the real with people. Back when multiplayer was still a thing, their little mixers, they used to have a lot of big kind of Gang Beasts matches. So they do like the big 16-player rumble. Oh no! It's still less. This is still a less painful experience than dealing with Southern Rail. I'm just gonna tell you. I don't even have to take Southern Rail anymore, and I'm still mad at them. I wonder if I'll ever stop being angry. Oh, God. Wait, did one of you just ask if we're the baddies? No! Fuck. I'm kind of getting like a... almost like a No Time to Explain vibe. That was a strange title. Oh! That's my torso gone. There we go! Feck it, yes! I also love that Metal Slug logic where the other train... No! Where the other train coming past, despite being over a train's length away, is also directly up. There we go. No! Bastard tripped me! There we go. Gonna take a moment. So GameCheck says Metal Slug heavily inspired this game. Not gonna lie, but have you heard about Stop the Express? Stop the Express. It's not ringing a bell right this second. Stop the Express. Oh wow! As in, like, the ZX Spectrum Classic. Oh, so the NES Classic. God. I mean, I knew of its existence. Growing up, my friend and I had the Sega Nintendo agreement. He had the varying Nintendo hardware properties. I had the Sega Quivocants. I deserved that death because I was faffing around. But the thing was, I grew up in the UK, so access to things like Metal Slug and arcade systems was pretty rare. So I think that's why I've always had like a... Same bastard! That's always why I've had a love of like Metal Slug's ridiculousness. Its wonderful kind of like over-the-topness is so unique. No, deserve that. I need to be more aggressive there, rather than faffing around as much as I am. Night Valen, this is exceptional. One thing that's... well, alright, you all know my feelings on, like, contextualized tutorials and stuff. All they have told me so far is how to shoot and how to jump. And that was all I needed, which I'm very grateful for. And Katros, thank you for dropping the link in there. Friends, if this intrigues you, please do throw it on your wish list. Give it a follow on Steam. It'll help the devs out. Yes! Woohoo! Just the... No! No! I was doing so well! Oh, and I fell over in the dark like an idiot. Oh, and dear friends, do let me know how the audio balance is for watch-ins. Jar. Yeah. The old memory game murder. No. Yes. All right, here we go. No, you bastard! Sorry, trying to contain my composure here. You know, professional composure and all that. Sorry, the point I was getting to with the controls discussion was, if you've played Metal Slug, you know what you're doing. JP says, lost many a coin on Metal Slug Machine back in the day. Well, I don't know if it's interesting. I'm trying to play Metal Slug sans the coin limitation. It's very challenging. Just gotta get the timing of this one right. No! Sorry, we were talking about this the other day and how, like, playing a title like Metal Slug without... Alright, dessert. Let's take a brief moment to discuss. Dash is like, right, back to the land of endless meetings. Alright, well, Dash, I'm glad we got to hang out with you at least a wee bit. Alright, I'm glad you're doing well. Well, I hope you're doing well, sorry. Fuck, friends, I've been all over the place today. And I don't know where it's coming from. It can't be sleep deprivation because I've slept. It can't be lack of caffeination because it's in my hand. My KD is still in the positive, though. So that's something. But yeah, Dash, I hope you're doing well. It's good chatting with you. Oh, and sorry, GameChuck, one of the devs behind this was saying that last bit was one of the longer checkpoints. Okay. I'm doing well. Where was my brain? I mean, I think we all knew I was going to enjoy this because it revels in so many classic titles already. The point I was trying to mash on was the... was how some of those arcade experience games really do need you know what, this is not a game I can converse. Fuck. Take a moment there. What I was trying to say was some of those games like Metal Slug, when you play the Steam versions with like infinite tokens, they take on a very different kind of experience. And I've been pondering how you could do a title like that, but without actually having people to pay for each run, you know what I mean? Because feckin' I'm still mad at Battletoads, even after all these years. The amount of coins that Battletoads arcade machines stole from me with bullshit. Like, I'm still angry. Oh, MDH. I try. Nice. Ikoa, it's no worry. It was lovely to talk to you. You know my feels on this. It was lovely to chat with everybody. Like I said, I don't know why I'm all over the place today. But here we are. Will angry with Toad. Will be angry with Toad until the end of time. Sorry. I realised I'd just gone off into a Battletoads rant there. Battletoads used a lot of like surprise death mechanics and things that would leap out at you. And I'm still angry about those. But yeah, Perio says the console-based SNK ones did a system with coins, like 3 per life. Well, I've seen a few of those, and a few games where they were kind of designed... where they were designed to have, like, the simulation of that arcade, like, set how many lives. Oh no, and Salem, old Battletoads. Such BS. Anyway, sorry. The thing that I've been pondering is how could you possibly create experiences that have the same weight without actually making users pay? And I'm pondering this a lot, and it struck me that, do you know a game that has created the same amount of tension without making us pay for each session? Rocco's Rat Nest. Now, so far, all I can comment as to as far as we've got on this title, but this is more pattern memory and experience. Darn it. Sadlin, so help me. Look away for a second. Sadlin's like, I mean, how many people have done the jet bike section blindfolded? How hard could Battletoads be? Sadlin, listen, look, listen, no. Oh, there's no answer I could give you that would satisfy that question. You're all terrors. No! I was so close, and then I was defeatees! Hold that door. Alright, here we go. Gun kata time. No! And we'll take another moment. So far this has been very much experiential. Like, what little of this I have experienced, I want to talk with authority. But this is very much getting us through an experience rather than attempting to challenge. Does that make a weird sense? This game isn't seeking to Bennett Foddius. And it's doing that very good job of, because of the speed at which one goes through the sections, you can kind of learn this title very quickly. Like, sections that are incredibly difficult at the start end up becoming pretty intuitive. Aperture! 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 Aperture, get out of my car. Nope. Okay, we're now on to twin stick driving, just as an FYI. Oh, I have no idea how cars work. I don't know what I'm doing. Up! Let's give it another moment. Yeah, now we're playing Horizontal Spy Hunter. That guy's not going to be in speed limit 2. Yeah, so we've hopped from, I think the Spy Hunter analogy is probably a better one now. Now I'm actually playing it, it's definitely more Spy Hunter than OG GTA, because it's actually controllable. But yeah, we've leapt from one genre to another. Let's see where this takes us. Oh, God. See, and this is why you look forward. Oh, God! What was it, Oh, God, what was it Morpheus said? Stay off the highway, it's suicide? I am not the goodie in this. Ah! Oh, I should have eaten. Oh! I don't know if you all heard that little bone crunchy sound. I just did it bad. Oh! I dubbed this section LA Freeway Simulator. Dies. It's okay, this isn't my car! Oh, who was that? Oh, well, to GHDS. Sorry. Thank you, Carney, for the follow. Just plowed my car into the side there because of that follow. Just gonna... Don't drive and stream, friends. Oh, God. Wait, I can go up instead. Oh, up! Up was a mistake. Ah! Oh, no, come on! I've forgotten how to talk. All I know is car now. Yes! Oh, dies. I'm just gonna stay down. Oh. Gonna take a moment, gonna take a breath. Will's forgotten how to drive a car. Actually, I don't hold a license, so technically I haven't forgotten how to drop a... I haven't forgotten, because, one would have to learn first to forget. Oh, and so, Game Chuck Devils was saying this one's very Spy Hunter, very GTA, Freeway Fury. Yo! My only criticism about this is that I can't chat with your lovely selves while I'm playing this. At least this section, because this requires, like, absolute, like, Bennett Foddy control... Oh! P-balls! Control levels. Oh, it's... Oh! Once again, Will forgets about the additional challenge of oncoming traffic. Friends, this is why you always get the all-inclusive insurance. God, I'm having to do that thing where I'm basically just unfocusing my eyes. So, oh God! So I can see everything a bit. This requires Bennett Foddy's P-balls 2021. Don't game and drive, kids. Don't drive and drive, kids. Ah! He bloody shot me! He bloody shot me! Is anyone else getting a... Oh! Oh. So a lot of what some of you are saying, friendos, a lot of your commutes are... Oh, feck. Oh, why would you clip Bennett Foddy's Peebles? The devs of this game are in here. I am trying to be eloquent. I am trying to represent a video game. Don't let me pretend to be cool. No. Ah, fucking doodle nutballs! Oh. Ah! Morpheus, no! I swear, if this turns into Road Rash at any point, I think I'm... If this turns into Road Rash, I should legally be allowed to play Hammerbox at that point. Feckin' feck. Okay. Okay, so while we've got the lovely devs of this hanging out with us, like, I gotta ask, like, where did the inspiration for a lot of this game come from? Because I know it seems a very obvious thing to just look at, like, oh look, it's every video game! But that's definitely one of those things that's much easier said than done. And creating this many different titles together is by no means a simple creation. Ah! Fuck everything ever! Do you know what wouldn't be having this kind of problem? A battle mech. House Steiner does not have this problem. Soviet says Rage Simulator. It's not that rage-inducing, I will say. Oh god. The speed of the replays, the elements that... The speed at which we get back into the action after every failure, the manner in which gonna take a moment on that one, sorry. This isn't actually that rage-inducing. This is very much more experience than challenge, and I like this. It's not leaving us to anguish in our mistakes. It's not making us play the whole section over again. And... Speed limit? More like ejected through the windshield. God. The pace of Respawn. Thank you, Nom Nom. Let me tell you, while doing this is finding it very difficult to work. Okay. So GameShark was adding that action movies of the 90s were a great inspiration. Well, I guess that's the question. What inspired you to create like an amalgamation title of so many different classic era games, rather than go for something that was just fancy Spy Hunter or like postmodern Metal Slug? Oh man, postmodern Metal Slug. That's the podcast that I need to make that no one will ever listen to. Bastard! Okay, yes, I'll admit, I probably peaked with Bennett Foddy's Peebles, but... so much death. So GameShark says, the creative director really loved Earthworm Jim. So you mean that kind of like 2D surrealism? Also, we don't really talk about it enough, But Earthworm Jim's ability to subvert expectation does not get discussed nearly enough. That first boss fight... Fuck everything! The first boss fight... First boss fight with the evil goldfish. Oh, Jesus. The first boss fight with the goldfish, where Jim just eats the fish, will continue to be one of the funniest things someone's done in a platformer. This huge, like, build-up to battle, and he just eats the fish. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, and GameChuck, that's a good point. Like, Earthworm Jim had so many different varied levels. There's the one where... Isn't it? You're just inside a cow's small intestine, answering quiz puzzles. The jet rocket scenes. Woohoo! Feckin' wee! Oh, God. Alright, here we go. Alright, friends, if you're saying anything conversationally in chat, I'm not gonna hear it. I'm not here anymore. I might physically be in the room, but I am only speed... Ow, my face! I'm only speed limit now. Let's take a moment. Sorry, jumping back in. Hello, Spy Hunter, my old friend. GameChuck Dev was adding that was an industrial designer by trade, raised on Sega games mostly. So he really liked the fast-paced games that mix up surprises as much as they can. The idea was you never know what you're going to see or play in the next 5 minutes. I mean, feck, you're not failing to deliver there. Right eye occasionally. What-ho, friend. This is not Frog Fractions with guns. But feck, that's how I should have pitched this. Well, this is actually Frog Fractions 4. Dies. I didn't realise I could slow down. Okay, that's why you don't slow down. No, I'm saying this is the villain POV from Frogger. This is a Frogger origin story. A origin story? Very dead. Fucking hell! I'm glad we took the extra time to hoof a bunch more coffee, because... Oh, look! Killdozer's here. Oh, goody. I'm so glad we invited him. Meanwhile, in today's episode of Excessive Collateral Damage... Oh, God. Who invited Furiosa to this party? Apparently our character has pissed off everyone, including the doof wagon. I've kept my ass handed to me now. Just going straight through this. So JP says, speaking of Earthworm Jim, wasn't there a 3D one? The 3D one was not a great title. Oh god. And I don't think it was just because oh, how did you get another bloke? Oh god. Earthworm Jim 3D wasn't just a difficult translation to 3D. I personally felt like Earthworm 3D missed out on a lot of the humor that really made Earthworm Jim as a series. And I've kind of been considering why for a while, and I think it was because they were trying to do like ironic 3D before 3D platformers had established themselves. Like, we'd all had to suffer so many 2D platformers over the years that Earthworm Jim, the original, had so much it could parody. All right, cool, I get a motorbike now. Okay, cool. All right. I don't know what I'm doing. Why isn't anyone stopping me? Dies. Oh god. And Mum's like, they're trying, Will. That's the point. Ugh. I can only assume that I must have a look of half panic, half abject glee. Like, unadulterated feckin' wee combined with, oh god! Aha! I ride over your minions on my motorbike, because I'm a cool kid. I also would like to severely compliment the use of headlight flare here. Oh god. Ah, god! Haha! Oh, feckin' hell! Tokyo Highway Challenge, is that you? Bastard. You know what? Gonna take a moment, come back to talk to you a lot. Al Hedged says, whoa, this looks like Road Rash and Match Rider had a baby. They're of a very large litter of children. And right, I know, I've gotta wholeheartedly agree with you. One of the things that GameChuck was saying earlier, one of the individuals behind this title, was that the goal was to create that, like, you never know what's coming old school experience, and the smooth motions, Jesus, Jiminy, I'm gonna need to take a little break in a second. The smooth motions to which that happens continue to be kind of impressive. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take a little break here. Leave you with this happy music. Katros has dropped a link to this game in chat. It's coming out on the 17th of this month. We're going to be playing a fair wedge of it today, but not the final level, so you only get to see some of it. And yeah. Wait, no, that's the gameplay. Let's turn that back on. I mean, how is my brain mush? Have you seen the speed at which this is going? Oh. All right, friendos. I'll be back in just a second. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for waiting. No, that's twice as much BRB needs tea. There we go. Right, now I'm back. Oh, lovely to see you all chatting and hanging out. You know what? I think I'm just gonna jump back into it. I don't have clever big words. I don't know why I'm all over the place today, friends. But I'm glad you're all enjoying this, because this is a ton of fun to play. And I also, I do understand, especially with titles like this, where it's very fast-paced and lots of things happening at once. They could be difficult to watch, so I'm glad you're enjoying it, yo. Let's give it another crack. What was that? I just got run the feck over. Oh, threading the needle. Oh God. I think I just Goomba stomped that person with a motorbike. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. I don't mean in-game, I mean as a moral maneuver. Dropping... Oh, God! Dropping a motorbike on someone's face. Oh, feckin' hell. Also, as a small thing that I don't know if it's evident from watching, if I do little, stop jumps if I run over the people, which can throw me right off. Oh, God! That bit where you clear a section on reflex first and then have to return to it. Shizzer. I'm trying to think of some games that I would personally mash together for something like this. I'd probably throw in the old... Oh, no, that's death. The old Mega Drive Battletech game. Has anyone done, a WarioWare style title where it's co-op games rather than single player? I was pondering that. Because the Battletech on the, Genesis, or Mega Drive, was a two-player experience where one person controlled the torso and one controlled the legs. Which, when the top half is covered in missiles, PPCs, and machine guns, and the bottom half has some backwards chicken feet, it doesn't feel like a fair co-op experience, but, there you go. God, I really need to lean into that turn. Oh, God, not that turn. Oh. And I was like, that's when you find mechs with the groin gas. Or groin gauze, I should say. Fuck! Who knew, friends? Who knew that motorbikes can't change direction mid-air? Shit. Let's take a moment. Yeah, I'm trying to think what other titles I'd personally mash together for for something as wonderfully madcap as this. The camera work on this whole section is utterly glorious. Oh, Vanderbeest always wanted to play Battlefieldies. Okay. You know what the secret to clearing that last bit was? Not accelerating for 2 seconds. What just happened? Fucking wee! I'm going the wrong way down the motorway and I don't even give a shit! I'm sorry. I am attempting to be conversationally cohesive, but this game just encourages me to scream like a lunatic in the best way. Achievement unlocked. You can't swim. Oh, oh God. I would very much like to get attempted to have an arty conversation about video games while playing this glorious cacophony of action, like Badge. Crap! Whoa! Come on! Oh, that was my fault. Ah, crap, neighbors. Concentrate so much. Okay, now I'm helicopter. Feckin' wee! Arr, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, God. God. Gonna take another breather in a moment here as we've gotten into the location strike section, of which I'm thoroughly enjoying already. This was one of the segments that I saw on some of the press assets that made me go, I need to play this. I need to play this and I need to show you. So how was your Tuesday, Will? Oh, it was all good. You know, I played every Genesis game all at once combined. How was yours? Darn it. Num Num, I have to wholeheartedly agree with your compliments. Like, this is just a glorious encapsulation of that 16-bit era pure joy. This game makes no apologies for its ridiculousness. And the distilled quality of it, I can't say enough good things about, because while we were talking fondly about the, like, you know, Desert Strike, Jungle Strike, all that lot, and as much as I love those games, like, there was so much nonsense in them. Whoa. Pick that one up sideways. Like, desperately trying to, like, trundle around to find more fuel to continue playing. Scheiße! Somehow I've got to not be terrible at this. I can almost hear the team being like, we made this game, gave it to this one idiot on Twitch. He said he knew what he was talking about. Turns out he was just a feckless idiot. Am I on fire? Nope. Just dead. Just very dead. Sorry, the point that I was butchering there was that this is very much the distilled elements. You know, like we all like to think of, especially games like Desert Strike and stuff, as being fun action games, but there was a lot of faff. Alright, there we go. Oh, crud! Did I do it? Ow. Feckin' planes, man! I love that it gives you enough time to get comfortable. Oh, no, that's a bridge. It gives us enough time to get comfortable with each of the different control schemes, but... and Right Eye, if you bear with me a second, once I get myself splattered one more time, let me read your comment. Right Eye was pointing out that, I don't know if this is just me, but I'm reading this game particularly as a reflection on how going fast and making things go kablooey was an entire creative palette of video game for years, and how that view of game's potential is so narrow, and putting the entire range into one package feels absolutely natural. I mean, I'm not sure if I agree with the sentiment overall, but I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying about how just this was enough to be a whole game back in the day. Like, no additional resource management simulations or otherwise. And I think that is something worth discussing. Although we have done so much with video games, and I do think that video games' desire to do more, to be more, I don't know. Like, did you ever play a Raptor Call of the... Is it Call of the Void? Keep falling for that second one. I believe it was Raptor Call of the Void. So to ignore the first one, hit the second one. Raptor the Call of the Void was an Apogee bullet hell shooter. You know, your standard kind of plain go burr affair. Oh shit, crashed into that. But what was fascinating about it is it added an overworld. So it added missions, objectives, unlockables. And it was amazing how just popping just that little bit of a wrapper around an existing style of title changed it so drastically, in a good way. At least in my humble opinion. Did I crash into the arse of it? Must have. So I think it's worth discussing that this pure distilled variant of such a great time in gaming is absolutely worth celebrating. And Soviet, when it comes to being a QA person, honestly, the skill in QA is just being able to reproduce issues. Wait, is there a... It's not a down. Or is there? Hey, Dustin. What, ho, friend? How goes it? Why am I an idiot? Take a brief moment. And yeah, Alleged, that was the one I was thinking of. As the Raptor Bullet Hell title. For Soviet, the half point I was mentioning was... the skill for QA is just observation and good writing skills. Like, you just need to be able to find bug, reproduce bug, and write very clear steps as to how to reproduce bug. Clarity of communication and observation is what make for good QA. To whoa hello, I say what ho, friends? We are playing Speed Limit. It is what if all good Mega Drive game, but also pacha, and it's glorious. It's properly glorious. Dustin, I haven't had a chance to start Comet 64, and I'm still debating if that needs to be a first time on stream or not. On it! Helicopter versus jet. Let's feckin' do this. Wasn't there a terrible action film that tried to do that? Or am I just hallucinating an entire movie? Honestly, wouldn't even be the weirdest stuff. I'm supposed to be exploding the bridge? Sections like this do create almost like a puzzle game aspect. We're trying to remember and understand the logic of these old titles. Scheiße. Dustin's like, I'm suddenly getting a Contra Sayonara Wild Hearts mashup. I mean, all you're telling me is a product that I will spend money on. There's got to be something under the bridge I'm just not seeing. Willing Outcast like, wait a second! This was a driving game when I went to have dinner. Life comes at you fast, Outcast. Almost died for no reason. This game's been a lot of things, and it's going to be a lot of things more. I don't know what I'm missing on this boat here. Life comes at you fast. Destroy stationary bridges. Vanderbeest, that is a helipad on that boat. Maybe I'm not supposed to shred it to heck. I might be clipping one of the pillars, Dustin. You might be right. Doesn't seem to mind if I go too far this side. Alright, there we go. Avery. Whoa! Oh, this is gonna be a whole heap of something. Okay, this soundtrack slaps abso-feckin'-lutely. Give me that good chunky Mega Drive sound chip noise, and I am feckin' there. That's a lot of jets, sir. Sir, that is too many jets. There's too many jets! It always comes back to Battletoads. Doesn't matter if it's... Right Eye Chipsel did not do the soundtrack. By my understanding. Fucking plane's mine! Oh, look at me, I'm a jet fighter. I'm gonna bully a wee feckin' helicopter. Sorry, I don't know why I keep doing the voice. Oh, you feckin' bad words! Oh no!
Doing the math, you've spent $18.75 on replays so far.
Distraction bits, no! Okay, Vanderbeest, thank you for 200 bits, you fucking legend. Vanderbeest reckons I spent $18. So what are you saying, like, each death is 25 cents? So, because I've died a total of 214 times. So, I think your maths is off. I think I've spent closer to, it's gonna be close to like $20, right? Shit. And Vanderbeest, like, thank you for refilling the podcast. No! Distraction! No!
Yes.
Harmonious, thank you kindly for the $200. Right, I reckons that we've spent $53. We'll call it. Well, at this point, a lot. Harmonious, Vanderbeest, you glorious terrors, both of you. God, I'm all over the place. I couldn't get this. No! Okay. It's really cold in here. In case you're wondering why I'm kind of, gonna take a moment. Sip of beverage, if you will. Lordy, lordy. Katros is asking the important question of who's paying for all these planes we shoot down? Wait, we don't have to pay for the planes, do we? Oh, Vanderbeest says they assumed 3 lives per quarter. That would be traditional, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay, so I can see you going from there. Hang on. Because we're at 220 deaths exactly. So at 3 lives a quarter. Like, I can absolutely... dies. I can absolutely do the math there myself, but I'm obviously focusing on the game because of my pro video game strats. I'm invested now, though. Oh yeah, so a bit over $18, but was but a good blind guess, a very good blind guess. Wow, you piece of shit flying helicopter bastards! Oh, crud.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey, Quasi!
All systems go.
How are you doing? Hang on, let me just take a moment.
333.
333. Or 333. Sorry, Quasi. I don't even know what I read out there. I apologize. Thank you for 27 months. You fucking ledge. Oh, how are you all doing? It's doing me a damage! Oh, sorry to hear that, Quasi. Well, this game is a glorious amalgamation of everything from the Mega Drive Genesis era with a thumpingly good soundtrack. So hopefully, well, I don't know if we can help cure the world's ills. Fuck! Hopefully I can provide a little bit of conversational entertainment in the background. This section is kicking my ass unapologetically. But on the plus side, I'm gonna have to try and find fuel for my helicopter, so that's good. Shit. There's like a little bridge that moves just past as that cheeky little helicopter sneaks a missile at me. Gets me every time. It's like a little, like, high-speed sucker punch. Ah! How? Here is my determination. Oh, feck now. That's what I get for looking away. Oh, Miyauki Sakura, like I have quarters left anymore. Oh, you little shit got me with a sucker punch missile again! Fuck! Sorry. I would like to apologise to the lovely devs who've been hanging out with us today, who have just been listening to me cursing. Where? 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 What did you say? We spent like 20 bucks on quarters at this point? So the arcade's made so much bloody money. Feckin' Battletoads. I don't know how this is Battletoads' fault, but it is. It's decided. It's cold today. Here's the thing I never thought I'd save on a show at any point. Like, I'm thoroughly enjoying this game, but it is not even putting a dent on this PC's.
BitCorgo believes in you. So do we.
Katros, thank you. And Quasi, thank you for the 2 quarters there. No, thank you. I am really enjoying this. What was I going to say? Lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, it's fucking cold here. And this game is absolutely not taxing my rig in the slightest. Not that that would surprise you, but you know, sometimes poorly optimized titles, this isn't one of them. But this is a day where I kind of wish it was badly optimized. Like, I was joking with Fiona, I was like, I might play like the Blackout Club or fucking Tarkov later, just something that's going to get the entirety of Unit 1 just going... Soviet's like, does anyone have the lifting capacity to carry enough quarters to play this game in arcades? Yeah, you know what? Game Chuck, I think you're right. We'll just brute force this. We'll get those boats down. Just yoke missiles like there's no tomorrow. Let them know fear. Ah, little bastards! We've got it. Catcher says, PSA, you can't brute force bridge supports. You certainly shouldn't. Alright, Alleged, have a lovely rest of your day, alright? Ah, I just keep falling for that same dumb sucker punch. I need to start the right-hand side when we're coming into the helicopter section. Scheiße. Yeah, we... Willing Outcast has been freezing in the UK. He's been playing some AAA titles with the settings cranked up to use their PC as a heater. You know what? It's not a bad shout. I mean, it gets it done, right? No! Did I make it past? Did I checkpoint it up? I did! That's the one point where I should have floored it. Fucking hell. I've got to kind of like reverse... I've got to kind of reverse engineer the pattern of the jet fighters to get through that. Like thus. There we go. Okay, that was shenanigans. And actually, considering the nature of this title, that must be fascinating. The Game Chuck dev was saying that one of the interesting things about watching people play through this as the developer is that every player has a weakness. Some people will breathe through this level, others will be stuck on others. Yeah, it's interesting to see people's like game literacy coming through on a title like this. Oh, P-ball's in a bin bag. Fucking wet! Fucking wet! What the shit? Chase me! Chase me! Oh, that's cool. You gotta bait them into coming past you. And then be like, whoop! Ha-ha! Who's chasing who? Ah. Oh! Okay. Reverse to burner, if you will, Earl. Nope. But don't reverse into other people's planes. It's considered uncouth. Back and we! Alright, this is a lot more technically complicated. So they've got missiles. I have flares to counter the missiles. But I've got to kind of do this, like, brake accelerate maneuver to get them past me so I can kick their ass. That's two. God, this is making my tiny brain hurt. No, P-balls! Fucking wee! Alright, you kids want to chase me? Feckin' chase me! I don't even give a heck. No!
Do a barrel roll.
Alright, but only because you asked. Oh! Feck diddly, feck nuts. Bacon Avenger, thank you for the 200 bits. Seriously, you lot. So Right Eye occasionally says, how many of these minigames were original concepts and how many based on other... this one's loosely based... Okay, well, I won't speak for the developers, obviously, but this is loosely, from my perspective, loosely based on Afterburner. Oh, and Katros, have a good night, friend. I hope I haven't been too much of a feckin' mess today, but... Old bird. I realised that the planes won't reverse into you directly, so that's where you have to get directly on their tails so they can't break and get out from underneath. Gotcha. Gotcha. No! I had him! It's fine! Game Chuck says, this was based on a lot of other games. It was based on Afterburner, but also the one level in Mickey Mania called Moose Hunter Part 2. Okay. You know what struck me? Dynamite Heady. One of the OG kind of 16-bit era gold standard for you never knew what it was going to do next. While the crux of it was like a traditional platformer. Oh, crud. Well, the crux of it was a traditional platformer. There were jet fighter sections and God, that's a missile. Whole sections with like some faux 3D parallax stuff. It was feckin' impressive. Oh. And now I'm just getting shredded left, right, and center. Oh, Aperios, you know what I mean. Nope, that's... Yeah, as Nom was saying, what struck me there was a plane in the back. Oh, crud vapors. There is no time for anything other than just laser focus in this. And I'm not complaining, it's just by the 9, you know? Oh! There we go! Feckin' wee! I'll be accepting my jet fighter pilot's license after this, you know, or whatever they give you. It's a little certificate that says Will's allowed to fly jets now. Because of reasons! No, I am going to be super dizzy after this section. No. No. Though if anyone else is thinking that we need another Crimson Skies game right about now, no! Yes! Exo, it's good to have you with, yo. Apologies, this isn't the most conversationally conducive game, but I'm having a feckin' grand time with it. Nom says I get a small ice cream that kind of looks like Sonic. Bacon's like, Dizzy, imagine this in VR. I always thought it ironic that the game series Dizzy didn't actually involve any kind of dizziness or vertigo. It was just about an egg. It was just about an egg. No! Sorry, but Exo, I meant to say was thank you for 5 months, yo. Oh, I'm getting shredded to hell. Vapors. Oh, cool. Salen's saying that Crimson Skies is actually on the backwards compatible list. That's pretty cool. I still want to find out what happened. Like, who's got the Crimson Skies license right now? I mean, I'm not saying I've got it in me to spool up a project of that caliber. Oh, God. How many holes we're going to put in this ruddy thing? Oh, look who went ahead and made themselves a compartmentalized jet fighter thing. Yeah, so cool. Achievement unlocked, missing the point. What did I miss? What point did I miss? Nope. I got too close. Oh yeah, exactly like that. I rammed the boss plane with my plane. Oh, shite the bed. Sailor says, rights for Crimson Skies going to be Microsoft. Looks like Smith & Tinker licensed the rights but never produced a game and shut down in 2012. Okay, interesting. Oh, shite. Nom Nom, have a lovely rest of your day. I will try to do battle with this ace combat nonsense we got going on here. What the shit was that? Fresh hot load of BS is what that was. Again, not complaining against the game. Well, I mean, it could be that there's no perceived market for Crimson Skies, because I don't know how well, like, Crimson Skies sold on the OG Xbox. Oh, look who got himself a big fancy top cannon. Come on, try that big bastard cannon again. I dare thee. I double dare thee. Darn it! Sorry. Let me take a moment there. I realised I was getting a little tunnel visioning. Yeah, Earl's saying, muddying the waters even further, Crimson Skies and the OG Xbox was a bundle-in for the original incarnation of Xbox Live Gold. Okay. Because there was kind of this thing of... Oh, okay, so you're saying the original Crimson Skies game was on PC back in 2000, was it? I didn't know there was a precursor to that one. Shite, I'd have to have a look into it. I mean, Crimson Skies as an IP is a great excuse to have a bunch of variant, almost orc-like jet fighters just having a crack in battle. Oh, sorry, I've got cold hands. Might have to have a little banter break in a second just so I can stick my hands under my armpits. And killing my reaction speed, of course. Wait! No! Oh, shit, sir. Oh, shice in the bin bag. We really need to look... sorry, complete aside, friends. I don't know if Earl and Peeps are chilling in the moment, but we need to look at how we can do MechWarrior Living Legends for a day. Oh, come on! I was clearly laser free there. Clearly laser free. Come on, middle. Go on, middle, you know you want to. Oh, you're just gonna be a grumpy, can't hit with the missiles, huh? Hits me with missiles. Immediately hits me with missiles. Oh, and to GameChuck, if you're chilling and illing with this, you will let me know if I start getting close towards the ended content. I don't want to accidentally spoil the title in its entirety. You know what? I take it all back. I don't want to be a jet fighter pilot anymore. You can have the certificate. You can have the, what was it? Ice Lolly with a dodgy version of Sonic's face on it. Wait, patience? Patience is the one thing I don't have! Sold it for a PlayStation 1! Crud vapors. Caffeine, what-o? I mean, caffeine, I can try and pull over in the sky. It might take some challenging maneuvers, but I can see what I can do. How you doing, dude? See, it took my half the prize for a second there, dead. Oh, wait. And Soviet, I will say, well, it's not unfair to call this Ace Combat logic. I love the Ace Combat series. I love that it exists. Like, sometimes you just want to do something inherently cool, and that's alright. Oh, feckin' hell. God, it's those little rotary guns that just pop out of nowhere and are like, oh, hey, what's up? It's your old pal, Rotary Gun, here with another unplaning video. Scheiße. And Zenro, how you doing, friend? What-ho? Now, personally, I'd be down for more games that do the, what if we took realistic elements and put them in unrealistic situations, like the, what if jet fighters but aliens? I can't remember, was Ace Combat, is that another FromSoft title? I forget. Also, for those of you who've just joined us, this is Speed Limit. It's coming out next week. Give it a wish list on Steam if you've got time. Also, we have the developers chilling and yelling in the wings, watching me fail upwards whilst playing this. So it's Bandai Namco published. No! You circle missile piece of sh- I was doing so well. I was having such fun. And then the missiles did... Actually, Caffeine... God, here's me being a terrible host today. I actually haven't asked our dev friends where they'd like us to push people. We've been directing them to the Steam page to follow and wishlist. Oh, yeah, just probably the Steam page. Okie dokie. Because this is coming out on multiple formats. Obviously, we're only playing the Steam build. And this is an early version, so there may be some tweaks, changes, and improvements between now and then. Oh, that's fucking plain! Hey, Plunge. What, ho, friends? Game Chuck says, need a hint? How does one make the circle missiles not? Oh, God. Oh, God. Need to move in the opposite direction. Okay. Ah, I looked away. Jet fighter go brrr. I hesitated, and hesitation kills. As we well know. Oh. As does them brake checking me. Woohoo! I did it! Oh, there's very big machine guns. Do not like. I do not like. Ooh. Excuse me, excuse me. No! Flare, I'm gonna need a moment. Gonna need a moment. Okay, yeah. I feel I'm vaguely improving. Flare, what ho, friend? How are you doing? This is Speed Limit. It's coming out next week. It's what if all Mega Drive / Genesis games just kind of went... It's fucking glorious. It has been 5 minutes since my last pause. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. It is up on Steam. I think one of these lovely Mother Hubbards has the, Aperios is there already. Thank you. I was very disorganized today, so I will apologize for that. Usually we have it like as the game link. It's also coming out on... Let's see if I can remember. It is coming out on PS4, Switch, and the Xbox NUS. I don't know if there's a general term for the Xbox family, Xbox. But Flare, I've been having a glorious time with this, and it leads between so many classic games seamlessly. This particular boss is kicking the hot snot out of me.
Looks like you are halfway there.
Whoa! Dying in the air. The Xbox new game +1. Yes, Zenro, that's it. And Favor6, thank you for the bits, yo. Right. God. I'm fecking all over the place. Call me Wavy Davy because I can't seem to stay on the fecking lanes. But yeah, so Flair, how you been holding up? I didn't do last gig because I thought I was going to be doing a different event on the Saturday, which didn't end up happening. Caffeine, I mean, I've been drinking. Does that count? And Baron, Watto friend, Watto. Bear with me just a second here, friends. I think we're alright. Unlike Riot, apparently, they are having a day. Sorry, not to bring the topic of conversation off of nonsense. Favor 6, so I did the maths. What's your average time? Your average time between deaths is 60 seconds. Okay. I think we worked out that I've currently spent in quarters something around like $22, $23, assuming it's 3 lives per quarter. God, sorry, I am all over the place. Right, let's do this. There we go. I shall channel the nonsense into victory. That's how we'll do this. Or just immediately die and explode into flames. That works too. Do it. At this point, it's not even so much like a matter of pride. Pride implies something else. No, this is just... This is... I don't know, what the murder equivalent of the sunk cost fallacy is. I need to do a murder. Oh, shut up. And how come I don't get this jet? Like, I'm not complaining. But I would be distinctly okay with me having the overpowered ship of shenanigans. Alright. Ah, feck sticks! Actually, Bacon Avenger, I think we've been in the danger zone for like an hour and change, right? We started playing this around about 2, right? Although, you'd have to tell me, friends, when it was officially that we entered the danger zone today. Was it once we got the helicopter, or does this count? It's just those bloody twirly missiles. Yeah, Plunge, I think you might be right. Kenny Loggins is pretty tired by this point. Just let the man sleep. Let him rest. I mean, I feel perhaps we could have helped him with better directions than just Highway 2. Ooh, God. I did not even see the chain gun pop up there. The murder version of sunk cost. Isn't that just vindictive? In a Zenro, I hadn't thought of it like that. I will from now on. Ah, scheisse. Question, has Kenny Loggins ever done like a GPS voiceover? If not, I feel there's a wasted opportunity there. Much like my inability to do this thing of damage. No, I may. Just gonna take a moment. I'm pretty sure Brian Blessed's already done a sat-nav voice. I'm pretty sure. Lordy. And Soviet, spoken like a true Ace Combat player. Okay, so let's do a fluffy question while we're just hanging out. So, what have your lovely selves been playing over the weekend? I actually managed to get away from humanity for the better part of an afternoon. It was lovely, but it means I've still not really been playing much of interest to your good selves in my downtime. Like, especially with games like this, I want to save them, want to have a crack at them with you lot first. So, as much as I've been drooling over many games, I have been playing nothing interesting. So what about your good selves? Zenro's back on 14, crafting furniture for a few days. Zenro, I just want to say my condolences on losing your belt. How your character's attire will stay up from now, who knows, but I assume some form of Magitech. Oh, Vanderby says we've spent $26 on quarters now. Go us! Berto says they're prepping the Blood Bowl 2 League for a team with the mates. Nice. Blood Bowl 3's on the way. I think they've said, what, August this year it's dropping? Plunger started playing Divinity 2 Original Sin with some friends for the first time. Yes! That is absolutely the best way to play that. Not that you need me to tell you, but God, that game just shines. Bacon's been into single-player modded Minecraft of late. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I do a playthrough like every couple of years. Just sit down and play it by myself. I'm incredibly antisocial when it comes to that game. Berto says I've noticed a distinct lack of lizards in Bloodborne 3. Bloodborne 3. I fucking wish I had Bloodborne 3. I wish I had Bloodborne 2. Blood Bowl 3. Could be they're gonna do high quality humanoids and dwarves and then start expanding with post-launch content. I don't envy teams like the Blood Bowl team with how many different kinds of creatures they have to try and fit into one game and make it all make sense cohesively. Favor 6 is spending most of their time on Minecraft, so nothing wrong with that. Sorry, on the Final Fantasy XIV stuff, Zenro was saying, I remember when belts were visible. Now they just cease to exist. I know. I'm so sorry. Maybe that'll be one of the belts that holds Anima together. Maybe you can just unlock one of those as like an end tier element. Okay, once more into the breach difference. Give me another shot. Give me another shot. Tactics. Just stay away from the missiles. You know, you're not the first person to tell me that. Oh god. Almost did not hear that turret pop up. No! Heck it all! Favor 6. I wish more Daka was an option. I'd be very happy to just unlock more. Just more Daka. Oh, and I will say, I mean, just Game Chuck Dev and generally to everyone, I'm having a great time with this. See, that was a death due to hesitation. As Zigma should have zagged.
Look at all the happy little clouds.
Look at all the happy little clouds. No mistakes, just happy little clouds. Band of Beast, thank you for the 200 bits. We got this. We feckin' got this. I immediately died. Can we? Oh shit. Yeah, quietly shredding both. Oh, P-balls. I took my eye off the prize for just a second. Oh, God. Those little turrets are so sneaky. Oh! But I tell you who's not missing their shots, and that's feckin' Nightbot. Good kill. Good kill. Like, if your automated turrets aren't as good as Nightbot, get your money back. Oh, God. Feck it all. Feck it all. Ah, crud sticks. Yes, yes, yes! Terminal velocity. B won't help you here. Lamentably, Game Chuck, is this where we have to bring it to a...
I don't remember this level from Top Gun.
Shackle, do you not remember the ending of Top Gun, where Top Gun fights the big flying fortress of Baron von Evil Clouds, and then has to fall through the clouds in a last, like, punch-up maneuver? Do you not remember that? Do you not remember that one? No? Must just be me. Oh, wow, there's quite a few we missed. Alright. So don't worry, friends. We're not done with the stream for the day. So you've still got me. But...
Maybe I never got to it. Had too much trouble trying to land on the carrier.
Fucking... Oh, dude. Sorry, it just... There's no way you could have known, but that is an old story from growing up. See... my stepdad was desperately into this F818 flight sim that we had, and he got into it.
Well, that was Hot Shots Part 3.
I think you mean Hot Shots Part 2. Sorry, Shackle, Favor 6. Thank you all for the bits, yo. Yeah, my stepdad was basically obsessed with like this super hardcore flight sim. And that's why I used to play MechWarrior 3 with a full HOTAS setup. Because I was using his setup for my giant robots. It was awesome. Anyway, there was just this weird thing of like, he obsessed over this game, worked out almost everything about it, but he couldn't land on a carrier without catching on fire. Doesn't matter how he did it, doesn't matter what he tried, he'd land perfectly, and then suddenly, he'd just be on fire. Feckin' old story aplenty. Okay, so friends, that is as much of Speed Limit as we're going to be showing you today. The developers asked us that we kindly don't share the last segment, and I'm okay with that. Like, at this point, friendos, you know whether or not this is something that you're interested in. And it's so fun. I mean, if only for the sink a couple pints and have a glorious kinetic reminiscing through some classic 16-bit titles. Like, that's something that's brilliant. Oh, as Zenro, I should say, I was not good at the F818 game because I didn't care to learn all the buttons, which was weird. I would spend an entire day custom building, you know, varying mechs in MechWarrior 3, but learning an F818 flight sim, I'm like, nah, I just want to shoot stuff with big lasers. I was like, you know, I understand where you're coming from being a cool fighter jet, but this is the Mad Cat. It has 20 LRMs, 2 PPCs, and enough feck you to make the inner sphere go, I'm sorry, what? Oh, feck! Friends, I've been a terrible host today. Okay. I meant to ask, Sadlin, are you still lurking? Yeah, so MDH, we've gone through as much of Speed Limit as we're gonna. It fully has my support. I'm feckin' glorious to play through. I know I got a little tunnel vision-y towards the end, but it's so good. Yeah. I'd like to thank Game Chuck Dev for hanging out with us and answering questions. I don't know if you've got time to chill and ill with us for a bit more in case anybody have any follow-ups, but, like, okay. sorry, I'm all over the place today, but to whoever's behind the GameChuck dev account, please pass on my compliments to the team. This was a ton of fun to play and was just a lovely revisiting of varying parts of my youth of gaming with this glorious kinetic never give up kind of feel. Vanderbeest, I might finish it later after stream. I might see what the final section has in store for us. But it does mean that if you play through it yourselves, friends, you got a whole chunk to see for new. So that's pretty feckin' cool. Oh no, so friends, you can play the speed limit demo now, but by my understanding, this was a large proportion of the main game. Like, it's feckin' cool. And I wouldn't, so Dustin, I wouldn't agree with the hyper-masculine, because while it feels like from watching it has that Sayonara Wild Hearts kind of like skim dodge, each section asks you to reevaluate how you play. And like, we're not really given any narrative apart from you are character, commute, go. It's more the experience. I don't know, maybe it's... Give it a play, is what I'm saying. It conveys something very different when you're playing it, but in a good way. Does that make a weird sense? Anyway, well, you know what, I'll post about it up when we get into the, yeah. I'll post about this as well later on with Discord. So, friends, this showed up yesterday. It's a red... Oh god, bit's falling off. It's a red DMG-1 Game Boy case, and it showed up with no note. And it's replacement shell, buttons, and the screwdrivers to take it apart. I have no idea where it came from. So I don't know if this is the evolution of Team Gundam. And as I don't have a DMG-1 Game Boy at the moment, I might try the airbrushing stuff on it. But no, I don't think it was Drunk Will. Like, we went through a lot of Drunk Will's nonsense. Like, with Drunken Will's purchases, I got a couple of things for Fiona, gravy granules. Yeah, a nugget and wine wall scroll, that was a Drunk Will. Tiny nugget, that was a Drunk Will for Fiona. The gravy granules are for cooking. Yeah. Well, I'll do some more research into it. Maybe it's from a third-party site or something, but I do not remember. If it was one of you, though, thank you kindly. I used to do classic Game Boy case modding like that ages back, and it's something I haven't had the chance to do in a while, you know? And Dreamer, how are you doing this afternoon? What, oh friend? Anyway, sorry, here's me fully derailing. Put it onto just chatting because we've done with speed limit. So the Dreamer, we're not ending the show now, but we were playing this fascinating game called Speed Limit today, which was like a glorious cacophony of some incredible old school 16-bit era titles, and it's a ton of fun, even if it again did have me very laser vision towards the end. Yeah, I'll drop the link once more in Steam. I'll drop the links one. What am I doing? Friends, what am I doing? I'm talking utter bollocks. Why do you lot put up with us? I do not know. Oh, bleeding Nora. God, I could see people doing this as like whatchamacallit, games done quick race, if you know what I mean. Okay, yes, Keitha, I'll take a stop, take a beat, take a breath. And later, for an accurate answer to your question, you'd have to unfortunately converse with Billy Big Bollocks, the arbiter of the testes measuring system. That's a thing I just said on the internet. What is up with me today? Oh, lordy, lordy. One thing I did do over the weekend was just booted up Stellaris just to have a little dip, a little dabble in the shallow end now with the new UI. Fiona's really looking forward to getting into it, so I am very much trying to relearn it. But God, there's a game that breeds stories. But one of the games industry gatherings we had fucking a couple weeks back, we just got into telling Stellaris stories. Like, I don't know if I'm good enough to make watching Stellaris interesting. I know there's some people out there who know it really well, and they can really bring forth the stories while they're doing it. But I tell you, the tales you get from playing it, like, supposedly their next DLC is going to allow you to be a supervillain. Like, you can be a galaxy-wide threat. And I'm just like, yes, that sounds glorious. You end up building, like, ships that can eat stars and stuff. Like, I'm fucking down for it. But they've changed the UI and added and improved a lot. So I feel like I'm really learning it, if you know what I mean. But I'm also no fool. While Stellaris isn't a turn-based game, it fully encapsulates the one more turn philosophy. One does not casually start Stellaris on the equivalent of a Sunday evening. That's how you gotta work with no sleep. Fake. When we were at Rocketworks, we would just play a big LAN game, and we'd start on Friday and just keep going. Those were some good times. Those were some good times. Oh, feck off, Dustin. Oh. God, we should go back and do some Sven co-op again. That was a good... Friends, I tell you, at the moment, I'm just lacking days in a week. Like, without increasing the amount of days that we're yelling at the internet. Like, I need more days in a week. Because there's a bunch of stuff. I want to go back to Sven Co-op and play that because we had a ton of fun with it. I definitely want to get Mega Ran back on the show for more Pulsar because that was fucking good. Tell a few more stories. Now everybody kind of knows their way around a spaceship. I have a very... Well, okay, touch wood. I have a very cool guest on the 27th for a co-stream, and it's gonna be weird, but in a really wholesome way. Like, super wholesome weird. Kisa, I'm thinking about more crewmates. I mean, the only downside with having, like, the big Pulsar games is I don't get to chat to you lot as much. And that's something that I enjoy doing. And I get real cranky when I don't get the chance to do it. Sorry, MDH on the Stellaris stories. What have you gotten done today? I conquered the Rathian galaxy, successfully stopped Bill in accounting from taking even a single planet of mine, despite being outnumbered 3-1. Okay, most of my good Stellaris stories come from Will was frustrated and then did something very, very silly. So, if you've not played Stellaris, one of the cool things is you can have these galaxy-wide events that can proc at any time. usually caused by someone's research of technology or some nonsense happening. But a big, massive thing. Hang on, I'm just gonna shut the window while I'm talking to you. A big, massive thing will proc off, and it's usually which massive thing is usually a result of players being idiots. In our particular game, we tore a hole into another dimension, and out forth spewed this Zerg-like monstrosity. This kind of like hive mind, consume all living things type alien. And I was still kind of finding my feet in that particular match. Like, I hadn't had a very good start. My economy wasn't great. I had a few ships, but not much. And so everyone else forms up a big alliance fleet to go fight it. And I'm like, I'd quite like to come and join you. Let me just get my fleet together so I've got, oh, you already won. Oh, I guess I'm not allowed to come hang out. Anyway, I took this very personally. So, what I decided to do is that if I wasn't going to be allowed to play with everybody else, well then, I was going to take my ball, grow an alien species from it, and destroy them all. Which isn't usually how that turn of frame goes. I managed to lure a few of the Zerg away from the main fleet by kind of just kiting them with little ships, like getting them to kind of go, nom nom, nom nom nom, nom nom nom. I managed to direct them to one of my planets and let them settle. And I then, over the course of the next few hours, slowly fed them colonists. I got colony ships and things and sent them over, and the Zerg would eat them and grow a little bit. And because I didn't have an alliance with everybody else, they couldn't see within my borders. So I'm just growing this Zerg lot, and by the time they were eventually ready to go, I just got most of my fleet away. I just had them nice and safe. Once the Zerg had consumed enough, they surged upwards through the galaxy. Because we weren't playing Spiral for that one, we were playing just large galaxy, and everyone else, having beaten what they thought was the Zerg, was concerning themselves with like a war in the heavens or fighting one of the other like big alliance threats. And they never saw the Zerg coming. And I just heard from across the office, "What the hell?" As the Zerg just consumed world after world upwards. And I cackled. I cackled a lot. Suffice it to say, I wasn't left out of the next alliance. And Kisa, I like to think that Salty is the process of being of a grumpy crumbum and sitting and grumping at others. I did not sit and grump. I was not a crumbum. I merely saw an opportunity for vengeance and I took it, well within the rules of the game. Oh, and Stooge, how you doing, friend? What-ho? I mean, I'll be honest, once the Zerg ate everybody else's nations, I felt great. I had a lovely time in that game. But there's so many different ways to play now. Like, I love the idea of trying to do a flotilla. I know a few people that tried to do planetless playthroughs. The evil supervillain does sound like a lot of fun. But yeah, if you consider playing Stellaris, don't think of it like a standard 4X game. It's a story game. Maybe you win, maybe you lose, but it's got more in common with like a tabletop RPG than it has with like, you know, Civ or Alpha Centauri or whatever. Stooge is doing okay. Bit tired after getting lots of cuts done to make shelves, to make space to work on GPN 2.0. Yo.
Is it biological warfare if the weapons you're allowing to grow are sentient?
That's a philosophical question, isn't it, Shackle? Also, thank you for the 200 bits, you ledge. Like, if you grow the people, and you use the people to fight, are they biological weapons? Are clones biological weapons? Okie dokie. What's up? Okay. Sorry, where is my mind? I'm all over the place today. I am one drifty potato. God. Probably need another cuppa, that's where we're at. I realise we're hitting the 5-hour mark and I'm like, wait a second. Oh, sorry. I just was reminded that for those of you that are massive fans of Mega Man and its subsequent works, 30XX is coming out next week. It's coming out on Wednesday. So, just as an FYI. Why, Lord Lost and Found, you like this mug? I got it from a very stylish individual. Seriously though, the oomph of the Skull Crusher has been saving my dumb ass. Since I cracked my gob, sleep has been an interesting dice roll. And honestly, there's been a few days where without coffee strong enough to wake the dead, I would not have continued to function. The prognosis that Will might actually be of the undead isn't false. Sorry, Dustin saying Drifty Potato is the name of my new ska band. You got it. MDH, that's a lot of money here in the US. That's a lot of money. Like we're doing okay food-wise. Like food and rent and stuff are covered, but like we don't have a lot of spare cash. So if it's not, we're looking at some ways to solve it. So it should be fine. No, MDH, it's not teeth grinding. I cracked a chunk off one of my back ones. And it doesn't hurt, so it's fine. But it's... Anyway, sorry, enough about me. Video games. God. The other thing I've... sorry, is a complete handbrake conversational maneuver. I have been looking for a horror game for us to get into, and honestly, like... I have not found any horror games that have really inspired me of late. Like, there's a few I've considered going back to share with you all. So, like, Dread Out. More kind of... not quite full new school horror, but very evocative of Fatal Frame. But that's really been about it. Like, I've been going back to the catalog because, I don't know, I guess I've just had a craving to do some proper good horror game stuff. And I think I've been spoiled after the DreadX stuff. Like, if I'm being perfectly honest. Oh, and Stooge, 30XX is a new title. Wait, 20XX should be out of early access. Yeah, 20XX has been out of early access for a good long while. 30XX is going to be the direct sequel. Oh, Game Shark saying, yep, February 17th. Yeah. And I will say that I'm definitely looking forward to 30XX because we've spent so much time talking about Mega Man Battle Network and the whole shebang. Oh, same day as you! No! It'll be fine, it'll be fine. I mean, I will say the reason why I'm very aware of the date is I was chatting to one of the people who are doing some of the PR and promotion for it. So they're gonna hook us up with a code. So we're very much looking forward to it. And yeah, GameChuck, we would have done coverage on Speed Limit earlier, but we weren't quite sure how the embargo applied to individuals like myself and to shows like this, so we wanted to be careful better than. But, I mean, GameChuck, a title like yours is going to have a long tail, so yours is essentially like a bit of an evergreen game, and that's a strength. That's a strength. God, here's me careening around conversational topics. Oh. Also, I know this matters to no one else apart from me. But I have to say, GameChuck, whichever person in your team put those really decent quality animated GIFs in the press kit is a fucking hero. The amount of time I spend yelling at indie devs being like, put the GIFs in the press kit. I'm gonna get them from the internet. GameShark was saying on the 30xx's, I hope you're right, honestly. I think the 30xx is another genre entirely, but lots of people will compare the two based on the retro feel. Okay, you're right. That's not unfair. For a lot of people, like, the emulation of old 8 and 16-bit era is just one genre of retro. That is how some people perceive. But the thing with the Speed Limit is it's not quite a deconstruction, but it's a celebration of a lot of different titles. 30xx is in itself its own sequel and very much in the space of what we always hoped we'd get from Mega Man as a series as we grew older. Stooge, they did include the title card for the press kit. It's real good. Again, sorry, I know this doesn't matter a hill of beans, but there are times when looking on Google for the right image or for the right GIF to represent the game, it's the sites pirating the games that have the correct stuff on. And I'm like, no, let's put it in your press kit. Sorry. And again, no one apart from myself knows this. But anyway, sorry, jumping back. 30xx is going to have a direct user base. 20xx's slow development process and kind of slow rollout definitely gave it like a core user base. Whereas what Speed Limit has is the spectacle, the experience. There isn't something else immediately like it. Yes, it's evocative of a lot of different titles, but it's a grab bag of multi-format brilliance. It's 5 different games from back in the day smashed together, and it shines on that. 30xx is very evocative of Mega Man, and also of now it being a sequel to being its own sequel. Sorry, I'm getting right into the feckin' right into the weeds here. God. But I mean, I'm glad you don't mind talking about this, because like these are the genuine challenges that game developers face. Like the day you launch your game it is a very important part of it. Sorry, going off into space. I might officially be a space case today. Tomorrow we got robots though. I'm not done hanging out with you all lot. I don't wanna stop streaming. I wanna keep hanging out. And my brain was like, well, we've come to a nice natural conclusion with the game. We've come to a nice natural conclusion with the conversation. But I haven't seen you all in like 3 days. Oh yeah, and as Game Dev Chuck was saying, like, dates are picked well in advance and you can't quickly change them up. And so I was like, as someone who now works with multiple indies, I know your pains. And it's that thing of like, by the time it reaches someone like me, you can't just be like, you can't critique their press kit once it's out into the wild. You know what I mean? It feels a little gauche. I'll show you. Game Chuck, I was game dev side myself for like 10 years before these lovely Mother Hubbards found me and decided to keep me around. Because let's be honest, it's that way round. So I do sometimes get into the weeds about varying game development challenges. But I will say, today is a wonderful example of one of the things I do love about being this side of the video game sphere is I don't have a brand manager, I don't have a studio head or anyone to adhere to. If I want to spend a day talking about Battletoads pissing me off and showing off your glorious game, then I can. Because Battletoads is sadistic. It's like I want to be the guy, sans the irony. The idea that, I believe it was... Oh yeah, Lord Lost. Just a quick game of Stellaris to end the stream. Oh yeah, just a quick little run around. Oh, lordy. Oh, Mecha Noel, welcome back. Getting to have these little conversations, getting to show off games like Speed Limit and hang out and these kind of things is one of the best parts of it.
We like the numpty and for some reason he puts up with us torturing him. Sharks and popcorn, it's a cult, etc.
Okay, it's certainly not a cult. It's not a cult. We don't speak of the forbidden snack. But thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you for all of it. Like, you know. Just thank you. Alright, well, I tell you what, friends. I tell you what. What I might do is bring our little adventures to a close now. However, well, you've got me for all of tomorrow, and tomorrow is Zone of the Enders, so you better be prepared for that one. Oh god, I'm going to be up early tomorrow. Nondescript. But thank you all for bearing with me today. I know I've been all over the shop. Oh yeah, Game Chuck, Zone of the Enders 2 is especially tough. But I'm more showing it off tomorrow to get into like the arty-farty of it rather than anything else. So, yeah. Thank you all for putting up with me. Sorry I'm a fuck up. Right! Let's roll some credits. Let's thank some humans. Oh, MDH, yeah, no, tomorrow the beret will be available like on Quick Draw. Okie dokie Lokis. Yeah. just, especially on days like today, thank you all. Like, I don't know why I'm so out of sorts, and I feel bad because I'm not giving you all the love and attention you deserve. But like I was saying, like, we kept alive by you lot, so all of you, thank you. I want to say a massive thank you to Harmonious, Favor 6, Katros, Bacon Avenger, Shackle Draconis, Lord Lost and Found, Reflective Gamers, Sadlin, J-Post, Tarlicus, XD, Johnny XP, Graphite Sparrow, Vanderbeast, and Quasimoto. Seriously, bits of what keep us alive here. Me, the Nugs, and everybody, so we are all very grateful. Your moderator today was Caffeine, Rhymes, and Moose, and Tarlicus, and Us was our new follower, who I hope we see again. It's not a username I can say with ease, but now those that were celebrating 28 months, long sprees, and were just hunted by House Carl, I'd like to thank Favor 6, Graphite Sparrow, Wraith, Ark of the Conclave, Falazure, Lajax, Baron Ransack Vonjoy, Sturdy Kiwi, Lily Longbean, Scuffacube? Just gonna leave that one. Darker Blitz, Dark Wolf Hunter, Perios Unlimited, Willing Outcast, Kisus Saitama, Marshall Raya, Stomposaurus, Game Dev Chuck, Quasimoto, and Exo. Thank you all. Like, whether you were getting, like, targeted by the hunts of House Carl or otherwise, like, thank you for a cracking day. Perios, thank you for bringing a raid in, you fucking legend. I'm going to pass you over if he's still going. I'm going to pass you over to a very entertaining Mother Hubbard. Of course, I have to wait until adverts have finished playing to see if they're still rolling. Thanks, Twitch! Alright. It seems Squirrel's still going. And as Squirrel remains one of the more entertaining individuals on this Twitch.television. And now he's streaming a little later, means we'll get to hang out. So I'm going to pass you on over. Just thank you for a lovely day. Tomorrow, giant robots, and hopefully a more cohesive Will. And we'll go from there, friends. We'll go from there. Oh. All right. Have yourselves a lovely rest of your evening, all right? Fuck, I have a mess today. Shit.